Okay, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, February 8th. We are in the JATC South building, and we have board members Daryl Robinson, Nikki George, Jen Atwood, Marilyn Richards, myself, Tracy Miller, Bryce Dunford, and Matt Young with us. We're also joined by Superintendent Godfrey, Mr. Anderson, our Associate Superintendent, Mr. Larson, our Business Administrator, and our attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, along with various other members of staff. Thank you for joining us today, and welcome to those of you that are online. We are going to start out with a review of the new board districting maps. The whole state went through redistricting, including our local school board districts, and there's been, I guess, some confusion and different information from the county about when that actually takes effect. And so we just want to make sure everyone's on the same page with that. So we've got Mr. Feston here with us. Do you have anything to say first, Mr. Anderson? Okay, we'll turn the time to Mr. Feston. Welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So in preparation for this, I've had some conversations with Salt Lake County Clerk's Office and their elections department, as well as looking at Utah State Code, which is riveting reading. As far as, you'll recall that the board directed staff to bring boundary options to the meeting in October. That landed in my lap. Four options were provided at the October 12th meeting, and this board approved the blue option for forwarding to the county. The Salt Lake County Redistricting Commission acted on that on November the 18th and forwarded it to the Salt Lake County Council with a positive recommendation. The County Council approved that on December the 7th, 2021. So that's where we stand now. Some of the confusion lay in, as Ms. Miller said, getting different information from different people at the county. The elections office has stated that board members represent the constituents that elected them until the next general election. So the boundaries that were in place for the 2020 election are still in effect for representation. However, those who are looking to file as a candidate for the 2022 general election, the residency requirements are forwarded or are informed by the new map that was approved by the county in December. So on the department or on the district website, we have under the Board of Education menu item, there's the voting district map. On this, we have both maps shown. So at the top, we have what we're calling the current boundaries, current representation boundaries that are in effect until the November election. Below that is the revised map, the redistricted map for information on where everybody will be represented come November.
Maybe just one point of clarification, Mr. Fesson. So the top map is what will be through the end of this calendar year. Even though the election will take place in November, this map goes through the calendar year until the new board members are sworn in at the beginning of 2023.
Right.
They'll be elected by the maps in this on the second map.
Second map,
Yep.
The redistricted map.
So let's say there's a primary election and ballots get mailed out in May or June. The ballots will go to the houses in the new map?
The redistricted map, yes.
Same with our congressional and state seats.
Yep.
I do have one question of Mr. Anderson. And it really doesn't deal with the redistricting, I can't say it. Anyway, this map. It has to do with the bill that somebody was pulling, and I can't even remember whose sponsor. They were trying to pull the application week forward. How is that doing as far as a bill on the Hill?
I have to look at the current status of it. It would move it up to the last week of February.
Correct. and it was supposed to happen for this year, so.
Correct. If approved by 2/3 majority of both the House and the Senate, it would take immediate effect in law. So yes, that's something to keep in mind, is just an earlier candidacy filing date. Doesn't change anything on the maps, doesn't change the representation or anything, it's just a reminder.
As of now, I'm seeing that the filing date is the 7th through the 11th of March. Is that incorrect?
This bill would move it up
So it would move it up the 28th through the 4th.
February 28th, yes.
So the governor doesn't have veto power on that bill?
The way it's written right now, I believe it goes into effect with 2/3.
Okay. If they don't get 2/3, then it'd take the governor's
Bill
signature.
passes, needs the governor's signature.
But as far as this whole year goes, if people want to know who represents them today, they still look at the top map.
Would be the top map, that's correct.
Okay, great. Any other questions?
Could I just suggest that you change either the color of District 2 or the color of the green space? It looks like District 2 loops around District 3 on the other side of the river. If you scrolled, if you zoom down
new map.
in
Oh,
the second
new
map.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, yep,
You see what I'm talking
I
about?
see what you're talking about, yes.
You cover all those parks over there in Draper and
You can blank them out if you want. Yes, we'll make some cartographic adjustments.
So I have a question just with the next topic then. So with the new elementary, I'll just take the lead with that and then I'll communicate with Bryce, that situation, because will be in his new boundary.
yes, and that's part of why why we wanted to have this discussion on the agenda, because it came up with the naming of the new school. We said, because the school currently is in Daryl's district, it will be in Bryce's district. And we can decide to do that however we want to as a board. But typically the person where it resides takes the lead.
Ms. Richards, that's Senate Bill 170 is the one you were
170.
referring to. It's sponsored by Senator Harper. And it's done at the request of both the Democrat and the Republican Party to make give them more time for caucus meetings, to make sure they know who the candidates are at their caucus meetings is the kind of the input.
As I recall, they were even talking about bringing it forward even more, like first part of January in subsequent years, or
Right now, the bill just moves it up
just that
1
week, but in
Correct.
later years, they were even talking about pulling it forward more so
Yeah.
that there'd be more time for those caucuses.
Correct.
They set a date for caucus meetings.
Like
Yes. I can get that for you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
I'm just making sure it doesn't conflict with our board meetings. It's happened before, yeah.
Okay, can I make a request on the website map too? I don't know who to look at. Raise your hand
You
and
may
wave.
look at me, you may look at me.
I really enjoyed having the schools labeled on our previous website map, and they're gone now. Could we get them back?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? And I know Ms. Richards has a nice printed out copy of the map. If anyone wants, well then, feel free to request. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is the naming of the new elementary school in Harriman. And we have Mr. Robinson and Ms. Gerber on the agenda for that. Do you want to go ahead and start, Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, what do you want me to say? Do you have the schedule? Do you want the?
Or Ms. Gerber, would you like to come to the table?
I just lost my internet. Does it give you a list in board docs of the timetable?
Yes.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, so the timeline has been included in board docs, and it's similar timeline to what we have done in previous years. Similar survey, we've used the same procedure, unless there's something that you would like changed. The first survey is scheduled to go out tomorrow to the community as well as board members and the mayor's office with the link to the survey requesting suggestions for those names. We'll tally those results and present them to Mr. Robinson and Mr. Dunford on the 18th, thereabouts, so that on the next study session, on the 22nd of February, we can narrow that down to our top 5, and then the second survey will go out.
One of the things that's not on the list that I'd like to add, whether or not it's formally or informally, is to bring the city officials into it, maybe a school tour during that period of time, and let them know kind of the time frame also. Sometimes we leave them out of the discussion, so I can work with Mr. Dunford on that and schedule something just somewhere in that time frame. I just would like to, see if we can arrange a school visit. I heard the school's really on time, and they're putting up the cabinetry work and stuff, and so that's the only thing I'd add into it.
Paved road to it before we give them a tour.
I got a 4-wheel
Happen
drive, so I really
anytime
don't
soon.
need it.
And I think that's a good idea where there's some overlap on the boundary that you two work together
That's what I plan
on this whole process.
But we would encourage all board members to submit suggestions for the names.
I think it would be interesting to run some sort of list of the highest occurrences of words in the titles of schools in the valley, so we know how to avoid them. I'm half joking there.
No, I think that's actually a really good idea.
I think we ought to create a word cloud of all the names in Jordan
That is
District.
actually what I pictured when I said that.
That would be awesome. I would like that.
We'll do that for you.
Thank
Do
you.
that as part
Mike's
of the,
already started.
do that
We're gonna
as
do it.
part of the survey.
Mike's like, I'll put it up in 5 minutes.
Elementary seems to be a common word that we use.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing name suggestions. That will come then in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, next up is our continued discussion on challenges or problems board members would like to solve. I have really appreciated the discussion we've had the last 2 times on this agenda topic. Our first discussion was to have each board member and our staff put out things that they would like to work on this year. We then, at our next meeting, talked about who was going to take the next steps, and we also prioritized our top 3 items. And our top 3 were all that the superintendent takes the next step. And he is working on those, and will bring those back to us when he is ready. As an executive committee, we talked about whether we should start working on some things where the next step is the board. And so I will turn the time now to Mr. Dunford to lead that discussion.
So the next item on the list, just as a reminder, our top item was what can we take off the plates of teachers and administrators? Number 2 was how do we deal with staff shortages? And number 3 is what resources are needed for us to be the district we want to be? And since all of those were staff next step, the next highest vote getter on our list was taking a deep dive and a look at special education. And I know that's been something that several of you over the years have made comments about. And so tonight we'd like to just, I know this is a difficult conversation because there's a lot that we don't control. So what I'd like to do is picture a box. And within that box is everything that we as a board can control. Everything outside of that box is what we can't control, but could influence through legislation or some other means. But within the box, this is what we can control. So within that box, what are the questions that this board needs to address as we take a deep dive into special education? I recognize that we turn a lot over to the superintendent and say, will you run the special ed program? But in that, this board is going to be held accountable for the funds spent and the education provided. We never have, on my 5 years of the board, we never have had much of a board level discussion. We've had staff come back numerous times and report, but we've never had much of a board level discussion to say to the governing body, what is your vision? What is it that the board sees at the board level that we want to do with special education? I think we have some marvelous things happening in many areas, and I don't want this to come across as we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, as much as I think it's time to have that level of a discussion. To say, what is the vision? What is the big picture? What is the strategy? What are the concerns at the board level? So what I'd like to do is start by just saying, what are the questions that you believe this board needs to answer? Not staff. What are the questions that this board needs to answer to fulfill our responsibility as the governing body over this district? So with that introduction, I'm going to leave the microphone and go to the whiteboard and write. I would suggest we don't necessarily critique other people's questions right now. Let's get them on the board, and then let's see if there's some type of, can we combine, can we settle down on that? Ooh, that question I think we need to ask first, and then this one's going to follow, and then we'll begin to start to schedule these questions on future agendas. So any questions before we start listing questions? Okay. Questions about the question. So I'm going to step aside and jump to the board, and I'll just allow the board to just pipe in and say, here are the questions I believe we need to ask, and then we can digest them in a minute. All right, who wants to go first? Nikki George is reaching for the microphone.
I tried to wait, but you guys weren't fast. All right, so I think one of my big questions is, how are our students exiting the special education program? Are they exiting connected with resources that are going to bring them into adulthood? I think, are on a great path. We have a district transition specialist, and I want to know how we are going to put that asset to work for our students.
Okay. I'm trying to phrase that.
In special ed speak, you would say transition plans, question mark.
Help me, Nikki.
What is a special ed student?
What does this Jordan School District special education student look like at transition? What?
Or after graduation? I hope that, did I explain it clearly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it. I think that's a great, I don't think that's a question as much as it's report to the board.
Maybe. I think that we
So-
can influence it with
So then I would change this
how we
question.
train and,
I think that word
Okay.
changes the question. What should a Jordan School District special education student look like upon graduation?
okay.
Did you agree? I mean, did I capture that?
Yes, that's great.
In other words, what's the ends goal?
Yes.
If board work is all about ends goals, then what's the end goal here?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Daryl?
So I almost think this is too soon to ask questions because I don't know what to ask, what I don't know what about. All I know is there's a whole lot of parents, there's a whole lot of employees, and there's a whole lot of students that seem to think that things aren't working too well. I've seen firsthand teaching at a charter school, the number of people that left. It was interesting because I put this out on social media and someone came with a whole list of things and I says, what school do you go to? And she goes to a charter school, and I was like, well, how long have you gone there? She goes to like a different charter school every year, and she was with us with kindergarten, and it just broke my heart because here's somebody who is never, they're falling through the cracks. So maybe what are the cracks, you know? And I don't know, like, are they within our control? Are they not? Are there things we have to reform at the state level? So I would love to I'd love to back up a step and form a survey or committee or an audit or something that would look at this whole piece and say, what are the concerns that the parents have? What concerns do teachers have? And then look at there and say, okay, what are the things that we can control and what can't we? And if we can't control it, who can control it? Does that make sense? So I don't have a whole huge list of concerns yet.
Before we go too far down that pathway, I know that the district has been audited by the state. It's just winding up. We haven't even gotten reports, but as part of that audit, they held a parent focus group. And so that's something I'm really hoping we can hear reported back and dive into as well. Some of that might already be happening for us.
Yeah.
When did that audit start?
Well, when did it start? I know it ended last week. I don't know how long they've been at it. Do you?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
So it's a deep dive into, they're looking at our files. They're, like I said, they held a parent focus group. It hasn't been done for many years in our district, as I understand it. So this is a big one.
So is it just our district they're auditing, or are they auditing a variety
So
of different?
special education department will audit every school intermittently. It's not like we're under a microscope or something, but just good information for us to be willing to dive into.
Who's auditing us? And I know that seems like a basic question, but there are at least 3 or 4 different state level entities that have audit authority. So who is conducting this specific one?
It's the USBE.
Okay, you've got to dig a little deeper than that for me as well. So is it the USBE's internal audit group? Is it their special education department? Is it who within USBE is conducting the audit?
I will find that out for you. I don't know off the top of my head who from USBE is doing that.
And is that a
It's
report we
it's
can
through
anticipate receiving at the board level, or is that going to stay
Sure.
at the
We can bring it to
district level?
we can bring it to board meeting and discuss it.
It'd be interesting to find out if they're doing it to other districts, what their say compared to ours too. I know
That's all public.
I know one thing that lots of people talk about is we have these people with advanced degrees and specialists at special ed, and they spend most of their time doing paperwork. So that's a huge concern to me, is what can we do to lighten that paperwork, for them. And is that something we could do? Is that something state requirements we need to change in legislation? I have no idea.
I know that the reason I'm hesitant to answer definitively is I know the word audit means something different to you than it might to me. So it's within the special education group that happens. So it's not a separate auditing group, but it may be an auditing group within special ed. So let me find that out.
We may call it a review.
And there's
Yeah. No, I mean, an audit is a very appropriate, audits are very wide-ranging and different
Right.
types. I'm, one of the questions is this one filtering through our audit and finance committee, or is this outside of that?
This is
that
outside
venture?
of that. This
And
is part
so-
of the state process.
No, I appreciate that, but in years past, when the USB internal audit group has performed audits, our audit committee is informed of those and kept abreast of that audit. It sounds like this one is not going through that channel, and it may be because of who's sourcing the audit.
Yes, I can get you better answers on all of that, but it's a regular process that happens. It's initiated by USBE, and it's to make sure that we're compliant with IDEA. There's a parent focus group as a part of that, and that's through the Utah Parent Center, or I'm forgetting the exact name, but it's an advocacy office. So they assemble parents to give us feedback on that. But we can absolutely bring that back as part of the discussion, results of that audit.
And it's a hard one, sorry, to say like, okay, it's over now, because we do have an appeals opportunity where we can say, okay, we made these adjustments to our files. Can we resubmit, whatever? So I don't want to present that as if it's a done deal, but I am really interested in that initial data. I think that's a good window to what's happening in our district.
I don't know exactly when it started, but it's all quite recent. In fact, I think it's all this year that's happened.
Yeah.
Calendar year?
Calendar
As of
year.
January 1.
In the last few weeks.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's very recent.
Other questions?
Another one if no one else does.
I have some, but I don't know
Good.
if they're our purview or not.
Let's get them on the board
Let's
and
get 'em
name
on the table. Again, we're not criticizing or analyzing, we're just throwing them up so that we can.
I'm just wondering about special education funding, if it's being used appropriately and efficiently.
Could you say that into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm playing John now.
There you go. I just said, is special ed funding being used appropriately and efficiently? Then I have a second one that I've heard quite often, and that is, are proper protocols being followed, such as required IEP meeting attendance by administrators and the appropriate personnel, et cetera? Something along those lines of proper protocols.
I have one as well, but like Marilyn said, I don't believe that it's in our purview, but I have had a question that, with the turnaround that we have had with paraprofessionals, what does the professional development look like for them? That's been a concern of mine for a long time, but I think it's more of a concern with so much turnaround on paraprofessionals.
And Bryce, can we add to that, Marilyn's specific question about administrators attending IEPs, I think was
And can we tag on general ed teachers as well?
attendance at IEPs, I think would summarize it, because then we can look at all groups.
I'll add one. The question is it being funded appropriately? I believe the answer is no, but because it's a discussion right now on the state level and the federal level.
I mean, adequately?
Both. Yes, adequately. Is that a better word than appropriately?
Appropriately to me sounds like, are we using funds in the correct way?
Then yes, adequately is what I'm getting at. And there are a couple of bills this legislative session dealing with that very issue.
Help me, Marilyn.
A-D-E-Q-U-A-T-E-L-Y.
But that's what I had. What do you want to change, Tracy? Is it being received? Is it being, the word here is used. Give me a different word to change what you're asking.
Yeah, is there
Because
enough?
this- Once we receive the funds, what happens with it there versus where are the funds coming from, I think are two separate questions.
Right, and I'm asking, do we have adequate funding? And I think the answer is no, but I don't know how big of a no that is. You know, I don't know how big of a gap that is.
Okay.
And I don't know. I mean, I know the state's working on that, and I don't, like when I'm reading over those bills, I don't know if what they're proposing's adequate either. If it is, great.
How big is the gap between need and resources? Does that say it?
Yeah.
And maybe addendum to that one is what resources do they need that they currently don't have?
This one's a little delicate, but I always want to make sure that our district maintains the dignity of students with more severe needs. So when I hear stories about a 6th grade boy who has to wait outside the girls' bathroom for it to clear before he can go in to take care of his toileting needs, that's always concerning to me. So are we providing space and adequate facilities to meet the needs of students? And I say that knowing those needs are diverse.
Does that fall under what resources are needed?
It could, but specifically regarding facilities.
It would help me to have facilities listed separately.
Okay.
And since I'm going to take a picture of this whiteboard, can you just write down USBE audit results as well? This one's fine. On this one is fine. Just so it's on the list with everything. Is it already on there?
Yeah. What
Okay,
did
great.
the USBE
Oh, there you go.
audit
I
find?
didn't see that. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Marilyn, you said you had some. I only did one.
I put 2 up.
Okay.
The others are more difficult.
Okay. Jen?
I think that mine are pretty much covered in these.
Tracy, any more from you? Matt, any from you?
Yeah. I need to get my head around what our special ed culture is and what it should be. So this somewhat ties to that very first one, but it's a little different in at each level, starting at the board all the way into our frontline classroom teachers and aides. What is that culture that we are all a part of? What is expected? What is the quote unquote the job? And what are those things that are just nobody should have to put up with? My mother was by training, a speech therapist. And when my family moved to Utah, while I was in high school, she took a job in the Granite School District. And she quickly became an actual classroom teacher for a communicatively disordered. That was how they called it then. I don't know. I don't think that's the appropriate phrase now. And so that fell under special ed. And I remember vividly her coming home with bruises up and down her arms. And I remember wondering as her son, why is she being subjected to that kind of abuse within her classroom? I recently saw photos of a teacher in our school district with very similar bruises inflicted in one of our classrooms. And I am sure if we asked, we would get a flood of those types of photos. I'm sorry to say that is not a unique experience. And I am just wondering, is that just part of the job? Is that acceptable that our teachers go home with physical bruises? Is that part of the culture? I would hope that it's not. Those are the physical bruises. The emotional, the mental. What is that expectation? What is part of the job? What is, this is not okay, and there needs to be things in place, because that's not who we are as a school district. That's not who we are as a special ed department. And so I would love to understand what that culture is, what those expectations are, and so that's one major issue. I have no idea if you were able to capture that.
I tried. If you want me to make any changes, let me know.
I think that's what I was, is that what you all heard? I guess.
Well, I heard the word culture quite often.
And I think those are two different things.
What's that?
Boundary
I think
culture.
culture and boundaries are different. And I think that, I don't want to go too much from my own perspectives, but a teacher who has been in a situation where they had to maybe safely restrain a student, who chose that classroom, what can you do? Not educate that kiddo because he has a behavior? I don't know if there's a teacher out there who would say, I've got scars on my hands right now to this day from teaching. And I love them.
No, I appreciate that. And this isn't I just want to know that.
Yeah.
This isn't the time to,
And certainly,
that is or isn't.
are we training them to appropriately react in situations that may become physical? I think that's a huge question that I would love for us to spend time with.
What, and with that culture, with that, is there a culture of support and we get what you need? I mean, just, or is there a culture of suck it up, buttercup?
So,
This is what you get, and I want to know that. I want to know where we're at.
when I started my graduate studies, I started in special ed and quickly saw what Mr. Young's explaining. And then I also saw the low pay that they get to put up with that, and quickly changed to be an economic major. Nikki did it, she got the degree. I think that's amazing. But maybe we could also put up there, if that is in the boundaries, are we compensating these employees at the level to attract good quality people? And that might be, again, something we can do, something the state could do, or maybe we partner with them. It's a tough job to be a special ed educator.
This goes along with facilities, but it has always eluded me, and we've danced on this topic, but never quite. I would love to know if you took all of the classrooms that are currently being utilized for our special ed students, rightfully so, how many more schools would we need to have in this district in order to house those if they were their standalone? Not suggesting that they be standalone. I don't want anyone misinterpreting what I'm saying, but sometimes because these classrooms are spread out throughout the district, we lose complete understanding of the true cost of the programs. Therefore, and those get eaten up in the general fund resources. Therefore, as the state's trying to figure out if they're adequately funding it, I can tell you right now, they're not. And I don't think they have the information available to them to even appropriately do it. Even if they wanted to, in complete and total good faith, there is no way of them knowing what the true cost is, because we don't know how much time our principals are spending focusing on those units. We don't know how much time our assistant principals or our school psychologists, our aides for the building are actually 100% allocated. We've got an aide allocated for the whole building, and yet because of the demands of those units, 100% of their time is being dedicated to those special. And so not only the facility, the physical, okay, 2 classrooms here, 1 classroom there, 4 classrooms here. Take all that. We need to get a grasp of the true economic cost of having these units in our schools. Again, not arguing that they shouldn't be there. That is not what I'm saying. I don't want anybody to misinterpret that. But I am saying we do not have a full understanding of the true cost of what those units truly take when it comes to resources, of all of those individuals that we talked about. And it would serve us well as a board to fully understand that.
Can I ask some questions about that?
Absolutely.
I think other questions so far make sense to me. This one makes sense, but I want to ask, because this is going to be, obviously we would have to house those students who qualify for an IEP. Either way, there are students, they live in our boundary, we're taking care of them one way or another. So is this question not about how many classrooms are used for special ed, but how many additional classrooms are needed because of the lower class size in a support unit or that sort of thing? Because we'd still need class space. If everyone suddenly did not have an IEP, we'd still need space to house them. Is it how much additional space is needed, not just how much space is used by special ed?
And I don't want you to get too narrow focused on just that one issue.
Right, but I want to understand that issue because it has to do with some of the other things we're talking about.
It's a larger conceptual of what are those resources that are being pulled in.
Right.
And so from so absolutely there is a smaller class size, and so yeah, if you want to take all the number of students in those units and say, well, they'd have do whatever math
Okay.
and allocation that requires.
Okay, that makes sense.
But in the end, we need to have a stark reality as to what the true cost of our special ed delivery is, and what level of contribution does our general fund lend to that.
Sure.
And that is going to require understanding from principals.
Yeah.
What amount of their time, and because
Right.
I think there's a bit of I mean, and it's not just the contained class. It's everything that morphs around.
And I understand it's a broad question about what resources are dedicated to special education without being allocated through special education.
And that's the
Sure. Okay.
and I don't know if that's even something that you yeah.
Unfortunately, sometimes I wish we could measure that because of the additional resources we give, but we don't always give those resources in terms of administration you talked about. So if we gave those resources where we felt they were needed, then we could say we have a full-time assistant here instead of a part-time, but we don't always have that. So partially it will be measuring what resources we dedicate, but it dovetails with other questions about which resources would we dedicate if we...
The question I'm asking cannot be answered by pulling data from a database.
Right.
The information that I'm asking for will require contact with schools and real dialogue to have a full understanding of what that looks like.
You and I are saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I think, just for the sake of clarification, I think it's really important for us to understand or talk here about when we talk about individualizing the needs of students with disabilities, that is a massive array of classrooms, right? So sometimes we're hearing people say, oh, we don't have special ed at my kid's neighborhood school. That's probably not true. You may not have the type of classroom that that specific need encompasses. And I think that it's so important for us to just understand here that we're talking about a huge umbrella that is treated with individualized care. And so we want to make sure that we help that myth to die, I think, as we talk here. That if we're talking about a life skills class or communication class like you were talking about, those are different things maybe than someone who, you know, has a specific learning disability and needs some extra attention in math. And so when you talk about housing people with disabilities, it's just such a, and that's why I think you're saying that point, that this is going to take a huge deep dive if you were to try to monetize that. Can I add one more? Sorry.
Well, I just want to say, I want anyone listening to say this is not an expense we don't want to pay. It's just that we'd like to know what that expense is so that those powers that be that think they're funding special ed at 100% or even 80% need to realize they're funding it at 20% or 40% or whatever it is, and the rest of that cost is being swallowed up by districts. We're not reluctant to pay it. We just would like to know what is the real cost that we're paying compared to what you think you're funding.
What needs to be the ask from us?
That's what's, I just think that is such a critical piece of information for us to know, and the powers that be that provide some of those funds, they need to know as well, is that we really are only funding this at such and such a percentage where we thought we were funding it at this percentage.
That was the issue that I was getting at too with mine, the adequate issue.
Nikki, you're one more?
So we kept talking about culture, and I want to just revisit that from a different perspective. I love that when we assemble an IEP team, we call it a team. And my fear is that sometimes inside of a school, the special ed teacher is sort of on their own. That the LEA is saying, you know what you're doing, I'll support you in that. Not that they're not offering them that support, but do they feel like a contributing member of the team? When we invite a general ed teacher to an IEP meeting, do they know how to contribute to that meeting? Are we providing them with the kind of training that's necessary for them to be able to speak up and say, here's how I can apply this goal in my setting, and then make a true collaboration? And I think that's where I worry, that sometimes I'm hearing this idea that parents have to go in and fight, and there's this division, but this is a team, an IEP team. And the thing that I love most about special education is the innovative spirit that makes impossible things possible. And so how can we help to create that culture among our teams? That, okay, I don't know what that looks like. We've never done that before, but let's tackle it because we've got great minds in this circle.
I love what Ms. George talked about with the umbrella of special ed as well. I'd love to get my head around what all of the different parts of that umbrella. And I think that goes in connection with culture and that.
Maybe the scope of services.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I like the umbrella visual, though. I really do.
Umbrella is a better term, yes.
And can I just add on to my bullet? I love the way that you wrote it, but do all team members have a voice? or feel that they have a voice. And I'm not only talking about parents, though I think that's a huge piece. Do general ed teachers feel like they can contribute in that meeting? Do LEA reps feel like they can contribute in that meeting?
Can I add a benchmark question? So the question I'd like to put up there is, what must Jordan School District do to become a leader in special education in Utah? So many things that we do, Jordan becomes almost a standard. Like, look at, I love listening to other board meetings when they say, well, Jordan's doing this and Jordan's doing that. And to me, I would love the word special education and what is Jordan doing. When people start inquiring what we're doing, then I know that we're going in the right direction. So.
And see, that's what's so interesting is I remember when I first came on the board, one of the things I kept hearing is that people move into the Jordan School District for their special ed programs. And so at some point, and I don't know if we're still there, I don't know. I mean, at some point there was that.
We might be it. I just don't know if we are. You know what I mean? Like, maybe after we uncover all these rocks and turn them over and look at it, we might say, you know what, we are leading. And we don't have to be the very best, but like you said, Mr. Young, I do remember there was a time that people said, yeah, I moved to Jordan for that reason. But
So
I
I'll be
don't know.
honest with you, I've heard it from 3 different sources myself. From a realtor that said that parents look to move into Jordan because of our special ed. I've heard it from parents, and that's just not one, that's multiple parents saying that they've moved into Jordan because of our special ed. And I've also heard on the other side of that parents are scared to leave Jordan or move out of the district because they don't want, because they know what they have here and they have heard what others have. So I've heard that from multiple sources.
And I want to be clear, I heard that when I started.
You don't know.
I still hear that.
I don't know where that's been.
And if that's the case, then we need to say, what are we doing to communicate that we still are? Go ahead, Nikki.
Absolutely.
I think that it is still being said in certain situations. I think our early childhood special education, I hear amazing reports. People love it. They can't say enough good. By the time we hit secondary, it feels like that story has switched. And so I'm curious exactly what you're saying. What's the difference? What are we doing right in those early years? And the other thing that just I love hearing, especially this year, is our busing. People love our busing for special ed. They are, I mean, almost groupies. They love it. They adore their drivers. They think they are top notch. They develop relationships, and I love hearing things like that.
And that's a classic example of one of those general fund items that is not a cost that is covered. I mean, that is exactly one. I mean, that's a clear-cut example of, I mean, our transportation challenges are not unknown, and that is not that specific part is something that this district covers. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
not in photograph form, I have it typed. I'm happy to send it and share.
Good.
I just can't remember if I don't pay close attention, and writing helps me. Yeah,
Send it to all of us.
sure.
So, President, that's a lot for the board to tackle. And I think we're all happy to do it, but I wonder if we should have a conversation about a board committee, ad hoc committee that starts to tackle some of these questions and reports back to the board, and then we can have bigger board conversations. I'm just thinking out loud, but there's a lot of discussions to be had, and I think some of them could be had in an ad hoc committee.
And then the other question is, are some of these staff and are some of these board discussions we need to have? And are some of these staff, and do we need to prioritize which ones to start on?
Yep.
I think a good place to start would be to find out what the review or audit results were.
I am struggling to identify a next step.
Good.
I'm hesitant to go straight to a board-created committee.
And
I think special ed needs to see the light of public discussion for the next 2 or 3 months. And I think this board needs to embrace it fully, own it fully, and have this be a part of our agenda, documented, where the public sees that we are having this discussion on a consistent basis. This has been an amazing discussion that we've had right now, and it's tragic to me that it didn't make the agenda, as stated. Nobody knows we're having this discussion, or nobody knew we were going to have this discussion to tune in and actually listen to this, unless they had some amazing decipher to see that that's what item C was going to be. And it's tragic because this is a great discussion that the members of our special ed community and our Jordan community as a whole should have had the right to listen to, and should have known this was coming. And so I think, frankly, this is something we should have jumped on a year ago, and I'm sorry we haven't. And I think there needs to be a sense of urgency that this is always on the agenda for the next 2 or 3 months. I would propose that we start with the culture, the umbrella discussion, and
slow down.
I think they're all in one, and that very first one. I think those can start our discussion.
So
Framework.
you're saying this is the discussion? This is the discussion? And what was your third one? What was the second one you
Umbrella.
stated?
The umbrella.
The umbrella.
I think those are all one kind of whole.
Great. Would anyone else add a central question that is what's the beginning point? Again, not that we're going to avoid any of the questions, but where do we begin the discussion? If we begin the discussion with those 3 questions, are we headed in the right direction?
I think the very first question is the culture with those other 2. I think that's the question you jump off with.
Okay.
Can I speak
And-
to those 3 questions? Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I just clarify, when we talk about culture, we really talked about 2 different things. Are we talking more about boundaries for teachers, or are we talking about collaboration on teams, or both?
I think the high level discussion allows us to dig deep and understand what it really is. So yes, and then with that discussion, we'll know where to branch out from. That would be my answer to it. That it's all encompassing for right now. All of that's on the table for the future discussion, and it's what are our expectations and where does that end up looking like?
So I think you and I are going to ask the same question, but I'm going to ask, what information do you need from staff in order to have those discussions? Should we hold off on staff until we begin, or is there something you would like them to bring next time as we begin these discussions?
Well, I see staff coming to us with that information. What do they see as our culture? What is it that they're communicating throughout the district as our culture? And then we're able to ask questions about that. I would say the director of special ed coming. Am I thinking or?
What were you going to say on that, Dr. Godfrey?
I have two questions. One is the same as Jen's. So is this the board discussing each of these questions? What I understood is that then we would come with information on each of these questions and be able to have a dialogue with the board about this. And the second question is, I see what should a JSD special education student, what is a transition plan for a special education student? I think that's something we can speak to immediately. What are all the parts of the umbrella? I think we can speak to that immediately. The culture question is part of the deep dive to me, unless we describe what we aspire to and how things are set up, as opposed to what we hear about the culture. So depending on how we're approaching that, that may be, I'm thinking about where we do it over the next 2 or 3 months. We start off with the things that are more straightforward, so that in the background at the same time we're gathering the information that's going to take a little more time. So the way that we approach culture is a question for me.
So culture isn't a one-time discussion. Culture isn't okay, great, we understand what that is, let's move on. I think a great starting place is for those that are ultimately responsible for that culture, what do they think it is? I think that's a great starting place.
And I agree with that. I just wanted to clarify that that's what we're looking for as a starting point.
And in addition, I think ultimately we as a board are a heavily contributing factor to that culture. And so as part of that discussion, we can continue to hear from each other what is it that we would like to see the culture be. This is what they say it is. This is what our expectation. I love that concept of that team. That was beautifully put. And so do we as a board feel like that is the core culture of our special ed, is that, and then there was that, used another phrase, Nikki, innovation, it was innovation through collaboration, or something like, I mean, though, how do we begin forming what that vision, our expectation of what that culture should be? And that's dialogue with you and with the board, but hearing what they think it is, what they're trying to espouse, that's another great place to start.
That answers my question. That's where I wanted to start, but I wanted to be sure that we didn't come with that and then the board was expecting us to have a description of how people are saying the culture actually is feeling to them as individuals or as groups or whatever. And
I foresee down the road that there's going to be a raw moment for a lot of us because a lot of us are part of organizations where we think the culture is X, and then the realization comes so that's where I'd like to see that discussion go.
and I think we're already on this path, but to me, I would also circle, do all team members feel like they have a voice? I think that reaches to so many really fundamental parts of a functioning leader program. Is, do all of the team members feel safe, and do they feel educated enough that they feel like they can speak with confidence in that setting? Because my fear is, my biggest fear is that some of them maybe are just signing it after the fact, having not gone. That is, I hope, not happening. My second fear is that when team members are there, they just sit quietly in the corner because this feels like a different language. I don't want our special education classes to speak a different language. I want us to all speak education. And I think that special educators can gain so much from that perspective on a team.
So I wanted to speak the opposite. I think a committee can be set up and can do a lot of the moving of the rocks over and looking, and it be then a discussion every board meeting. So I don't think that they're exclusively, I'm afraid if we just do a board one, we're just gonna talk and we won't really move it along. That's my concern. Now, if we want to wait a while and organize that in another couple meetings, I'm okay with that. But I don't see a problem with also organizing it, but then make this an agenda item for the next 3 months or something. You know, I just want to make sure we move this along. And sometimes we get so busy with so much other that if it's not on somebody's top of somebody's plate, then it can fall off. But if it's on somebody's plate, then they can continue to push the agenda back onto our plate. So.
As only one member of the executive committee, I can assure you this will not fall off anyone's plate. I would propose, President, that we move forward with those 3 topics. I think the superintendent has an idea of what he would like to bring to the table, and that we have an idea what we would like to bring to the table, and we see how those 3 discussions go.
And so is our next step that the superintendent brings back a report?
And we have a discussion
And we have a
about
discussion on it.
Yep.
And can I just add that since it's going to be fairly fresh, that I'll just bring back the audit results as soon as we have that? Does that work? And we can discuss those just whenever they become available. I think having that when it's new is probably going to be helpful to guide future discussion as well. If that's okay, I'll add that.
Yeah, I think so too.
I would love that conversation, but I'd also love to read it if I can get a copy.
Oh yeah, we'll post a copy of it as well.
And when you said those 3 points, are we adding the team members have a voice or not? That was only one person's idea. I don't know.
Isn't that part of the culture? Doesn't that encompass it so we can have that discussion in that? I'm trying to get my head around how is that a standalone topic?
I think you're asking to hear from each part of the team. So if special ed comes in, there may be someone who's part of the IEP team that says, well, that's great that you think that, but let me tell you what's happening from my perspective. And that's not happening because of how I feel.
That is exactly my concern. I'm really concerned that I've experienced this feeling of like floating around in a school, like I'm a teacher, but I'm not a teacher. It's strange. Even my trainings are often different as a special educator. So where is your home? And I do think that we want our schools to say special ed is ours. this is a part of our school. Not like, oh, they're that little annex in the corner. So for me, exactly what Bryce said. I want to make sure that every voice on the team and their needs and their training, their experience are being recognized by us as a board. And that's where I think it's different. I think it's one thing to say like,
Not seeing that. To
I
me,
think it's a part of
to
what
me,
you're
what you're
saying.
expressing is that's what we want this to look like, and that's the broad culture. And so, absolutely, as we carry this discussion on, we're going to be getting all kinds of disparate voices to come and share as that. But
Sure, and I
but
just want to
that's
ensure
the
that
vision and the
that
culture
happens.
that we have.
I think, Nikki, he's going to bring to the board something, and that's your opportunity to say, great, but I'm not seeing and hear this group represented. And that's when you would pipe up and say, Superintendent, could we have you bring this specific group in, because I don't feel like we've heard from them in our culture discussion.
And maybe just, Superintendent, please know that I would love to hear all of those perspectives. So,
let's wait and see what he brings back to the board as answer to the question, what do those responsible think that the culture is? And then we can have the discussion, have we heard enough voices, and what should the culture be?
Maybe it's whoever does come for the culture conversation is asking them, how do you show that all team members should have a voice? What is it that you're expressing to your team that allows this to happen? But I do agree with Mr. Young that we're going to see those conversations coming up all along the way. But it doesn't mean that they shouldn't, because I do believe that is in the culture, that expectation be there. But how are they making that work within the culture?
and
And how can that change if it needs to get better?
And my fear, and the only reason I keep bringing it back, is I don't only want to hear from special education because they're those responsible, right? It's a team. So we need to hear how all of them are playing into that culture and how they're contributing to building it.
So what I can envision, I mean, from my perspective, we should be able to turn around and by our next board meeting have the special ed team coming saying, this is what we think our culture is as our baseline. That's our starting point. Then I could see us saying, you know what, we'd love to hear from 3 or 4 principals. What does special ed look like at your school? We'd like to hear from 2 or 3 general ed teachers. We'd like to hear from 3 or 4 parents about what that, I mean, and as we start talking about that, then we can really start get our heads around, okay, we're going to have this unique committee that's led by 1 or 2 board members. How are we going to get all of those disparate voices and all of those team members to be represented on that committee, so that we are setting at the board level that culture, that every member of this team is valuable. So we're going to grab somebody from every representation group to make sure that they're on that. But I want to move this discussion. And so I don't think it's too much of an expectation to say in 2 weeks we're having that next discussion with that, because I would hope they would know what their culture is and could communicate, or what they think their culture. They could communicate that fairly easily, and that wouldn't require more than a 2-week turnaround.
Yeah, when I talked about a longer turnaround, it was answering deeper questions, not just stating what we thought it was. That's the only reason I clarified, because the worst thing would be for me to come with something that was different from what you're expecting. So I'm just making sure. And if we were to, now some of these bullets we know are going to take more than 1 week or more than 1 meeting. This is 8 months if we did 1 for each bullet, 1 meeting for each bullet. So it's going to be more than 2 or 3 months. This is going to be.
This is a heavy lift.
Over a year of discussion about special education.
And I, for one, am fully
anticipate.
committed.
Yeah, that's not an argument against it. Just explaining that timeline-wise, I wouldn't expect for us to cover all of this in a couple of months. I think.
Well, and I think
Much
if you
longer
tried
term
to,
discussion.
you would be doing it a disservice.
And I think what's good is that there can be no question at that point that we're focused on doing the best that we possibly can for students with special needs. That's a focus, and that's something that's important.
Okay, so Superintendent, what do those responsible think that the culture is? What do those involved think that the parts of the umbrella are? What does a Jordan School District special ed student look like upon transition? And what are the results of the audit if they're available?
We'll start with those, and as I said, as soon as the audit results are available, we'll discuss that in the board meeting that comes next.
And I would ask each board member to open the door. Put your mouth up to the fire hydrant and get ready. Open the door and begin to get into this world and understand it to the best of your ability as we come in and have those discussions. This is a heavy lift, and I, for one, am committed. The roller coaster's just coming out of the station, and it's a long ride.
And may I add, I respect what Mr. Robinson said about forming a committee, but before that happens, I think the rest of us will agree. I want to turn some of those rocks over myself.
Just remember my
But-
personality, right?
Yeah, I do, but I want
But
to
I fully see a
so.
day where, as we turn some of the big rocks over, we can make assignments to turn some of the smaller rocks over. But not right now.
And from a technical standpoint, can we start seeing this specified on the agenda, or is this always going to be under items the board would like to tackle? Or are we going to be able to start seeing special ed, these are the topics we're going to cover?
We're going to be very specific as to what the discussion is going to entail.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. President, I turn the time back over to you.
Thank you. And thank you all. Good discussion. Appreciate everybody's input on this. Our next item is a discussion on potential changes to our 2022-23 calendar, so our calendar for next year. And I will turn the time to Dr. Godfrey and Mr. Anderson.
One of the things that we were asked to do in the previous discussions from the board is to come back with calendar recommendations. Before we did that, I just wanted to talk about a couple of concepts with the board to be sure that we weren't barking up the wrong tree before we went to work to try to put together some plans. I know that part of the question is, what do Fridays look like? That's an essential part. And I'll continue to be working on that and bring that back as soon as possible. One of the options that we have as a district is to convert instructional days to professional development days or professional learning days. And we currently do that with one day, and that leaves us 3 additional days to change. Now, for those listening, we invest instructional time all the time in improving instruction. So PLC time is time taken away every week at all 3 levels that could be used in the classroom, but we invest that time in order to help give teachers the time to prepare for the classroom, and as a result, the classroom experience is better for everyone. The same is true when we give conference periods, of course. Teachers need time to prepare. And what we hear more than ever is that they need more time to do that. So the question going forward is, do we want to convert additional instructional days to professional learning days? Many districts still provide meals on those days, so you can still have kids come by for breakfast and lunch. And the cost for that, if you do that so that you still have that income from serving lunches, is you don't provide transportation on a day that's a professional learning day. But you don't want to reduce the number of contract days for bus drivers, for transportation. So it costs about we take in, for about every day that we provide transportation, we take in about $65,000. So on days when we don't provide that's the cost associated with that. So that's part of it. And I know that's a broader budgeting discussion. But are we on the right track if we increase the number of professional learning days? That's something that I see as being valuable going forward, with plenty of notice to parents, knowing when those are coming in the year. But embedding those professional learning days so that teachers have time to do the preparation work that they need to do, or the meetings or trainings that need to be scheduled can be scheduled on those days. But it's an important balance, and we'd look carefully at preserving that time. So that's question number one. Question number two is, we're talking about looking at a change, and all this would go through the calendar committee, of course, but I just want to talk about these concepts, which is what we did before going to the calendar committee in the past, is looking at these concepts. The other is, I'm hoping to explore some innovative ways for to conduct parent-teacher conferences, or to connect with parents. And the current calendar has that Wednesday for high schools. Are you open to looking at aligning those compensation days, like we did with high school and middle school in the past, to open up the chance for some innovation on how we conduct those conferences during the week? And the third part, the third question, I know I'm firing them all and then we can come back to them. The other is to, now that we've aligned elementary and secondary both on a quarter system, then going forward we would make some suggestions on changing when those elementary parent-teacher conferences fall, so it makes more sense for the quarter. So those are some of the issues that would come forward, in addition to just what does a Friday look like. And so I wanted to bring it up now, so if there are questions either in this meeting or between now and when we come back, that I can answer those for you. Any thoughts on that? Does all of that sound in range? Does that sound reasonable for us to look at all of that? You're not approving us on any of that. We'll bring you the details and specifics. But I just wanted to talk conceptually, because these are things we hadn't talked about before.
One of the questions I have is, teachers are saying that when we do a professional learning day or whatever, training day, they're afraid that we're just gonna move it all into meetings.
Yeah.
Is it possible to create like those virtual Fridays where they help students for a couple hours in the morning and the rest of the day is theirs, that we don't throw other meetings into that day? We get the meetings into our regular flow, but with this Friday coming up, they have some time to work in their classroom and such. Could we combine that with the virtual learning or something? That's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it now, but
I can answer that. I can address it at least. I think going forward, it's really important to make crystal clear what the purpose is of each day and how it is to be used. There can be a lot of flexibility within the framework, but providing a really clear framework so that we are preserving the preparation time that's intended, but we also, on the front end, have made it clear what everyone should expect in terms of meetings and trainings. I know that we need more time just for teachers to do the huge amount of work we're asking them to do. Without trainings, without classes, without additional expectations, just time to do what's already asked of them. I also know that and to me that's the primary goal. And I don't want to set out to provide time for teachers and then have that eaten up because we weren't clear. But there are some things that may need to happen, some meetings, what we did with Fridays, the 8 hours of professional development and meetings available at the elementary level. We gave some clarity. This is how much is prep, and this is how much you can use over the course of the year. So I think we need to be really intentional about setting up those parameters so that we accomplish what we mean to.
And then just a second question, the state guidelines, a law, I don't know, 180 and 990, but we usually exceed the 990 pretty substantial. Is there any talk of moving it towards the 990 more?
The 990 is no longer required,
Okay, so it's just the total
So-
day now.
and so it's the number of days, and that will be a part of our conversation.
And will that be going forth with, when pandemic's over, it's just 180?
I don't believe there's a sunset on that.
Okay.
So
Cool.
at this point, you know, some states would have 990, or some states, excuse me, would have an hour requirement. Some states would have a number of days. We had both. Now we only have the number of instructional days, not the number of hours, which has given us the flexibility to do some of the things we've done over the last couple of years. And I think I think we've learned every year, and hopefully we can incorporate that into a schedule that builds in additional time for teachers, gives clarity about when meetings and trainings do and do not get scheduled, and provide for parents clarity up front about all the ways in which these different schedule arrangements are meant to help their family and their student.
Excellent, thank you.
So
I have a question on,
yes,
so none of these would change the contract days
right.
for employees is what is the line of thinking
right.
for this. So like with transportation, where there just would be no transportation if we were to convert an instructional day to a professional development day, is the anticipation that we still pay the bus drivers?
Well, I would certainly like to. That's the idea. Or that we, you know, what we could do, we can look at different ways of doing it. I don't want that to result in a pay cut for the days when we don't provide. That's the only service that we wouldn't be providing on those days. That's the only service that we wouldn't be funded for on those days. So how that works, how that looks is a subject for us to continue to talk about. But I just wanted you to be aware of the diminished income when we do a professional day. Now that's all dependent on the rules at the state level for reimbursement.
So what if those bus drivers had a professional development for themselves that day? Is that something that you're looking at as well?
Yeah, definitely.
But you're saying we don't get reimbursed by the state, so we would still be paying for that out of pocket because they're doing.
There are worthwhile things that can be done, especially if it's spaced throughout the year. That can be a chance for training, to regroup, to do some maintenance. There are a lot of things that can be done when we know in advance. And I don't mean to make it about just the money. The focus is on meeting the needs of all employees and students and families. But that's one of the implications that I wanted to be sure you were aware of as we go into that discussion, and we'll bring that up when I bring back ideas for calendar. But I wanted to talk conceptually about all of those.
Well, especially given that this board's highest priority given to you last week was to take things off teachers' plates. I think that's very much in the spirit of what we're asking.
We need to take things off. This makes for a bigger plate too, so there's more space if you give teachers more time. And bigger plate is a really bad analogy because then it just sounds like I like a plate. I like a full plate. I've told you that. I'm a hungry guy. But teachers and employees generally have too much to do. They don't have the time to do it. But we need to do both. We need to increase the time and reduce the workload.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that parent-teacher conferences are being considered. That is a feedback that we've gotten pretty consistency from our last couple of LEAC meetings.
It's interesting because at each level, I think the needs and expectations are different. So I think this is a solution that will need to be addressed differently at each level. And over the years, we've tried different things. It is a source of frustration, and I understand that. At the same time, I recognize just how important parents are, obviously, as partners in education. So how do we make that connection effectively? And we actually, those parent-teacher conference nights count as instructional days. That is part of our requirement. It's in code that parent-teacher conference days do count as instructional days. So we have one instructional day in the fall and one instructional day in the spring that comes from parent-teacher conferences.
Okay, we'll look forward to seeing a proposal.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I just to remind the board, as far as the timeline goes, we'll bring back a proposal and then survey in between, giving you some options, and then come back in another meeting to approve the final 22-23 calendar and the draft version of the 23-24 calendar. Just to
That's helpful.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next up is a property taxes revenue information presentation. And Ms. Richards, Chair of our Finance Committee, do you want to tee that up?
I will. I'll start up. I hope you've had the chance to review the slides that were on board docs. Kind of a lengthy list of slides, but a lot of information that is really telling. And the Finance and Audit Committee, we've met often and discussed this at every one of our meetings, discussed our fund balance or our reserves, if you will. Let me just remind the board and our public that we had excess in our reserves, and over the last 5 or so years, we have utilized the reserves to increase employee compensation. That was our main focus. This is part of a long-term plan, and we were trying to spend down, if you remember the airplane analogy, trying to spend down our reserves, and we have been spending them down intentionally, and have set target amounts along the way. This year, we are below our target. And the committee has asked many questions, asked for a lot of information, and had Mr. Larson compile and provide information to us to be able to make good decisions as we continue through this process. I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Larson. He's prepared a presentation that you have on board docs with that information, which includes tax information and comparisons to other districts, in mostly Wasatch Front for the most part, but also statewide for where we are in comparison. So we'll turn the time over to Mr. Larson.
Thank you. Before that starts, just so that as I prepare my questions, have you all as a committee seen all of this data, discussed it, so that if I have questions, you all are ready to answer those, or is this new information for all of us collectively?
We've gone over it at several meetings. We've also even had Ms. George come in on a meeting. We've been asking for more updated information as we've gone through, so.
Okay. Awesome. So as I throw it out, you all can.
We hope we can answer your questions, Mr. Young.
Perfect.
Marilyn's our spokesperson.
No. Anyway, Mr. Larson.
There is a couple slides that I was asked at the last meeting to add. So those were you saw those for the first time with everybody else.
That's right.
That is true.
And there is one slide I just added today. I'll point that out because I thought, ooh, this might be good to add. So one of the questions might be asked is why the focus on property taxes? That's because when we look at our money and what we have available to us, there's a lot of restricted money that comes to a school district, and so all the federal funding is restricted. Most of the state funding is restricted except for 2 large buckets. that are listed here, WP allocations and the guarantees. But nearly all the unrestricted funding has some sort of a tie to a property tax. And so property tax play a huge part in the money allocations that the board can do, even the ones that are tied to a state funding source. So that's kind of the reason to focus on property taxes. So, and then who determines how that funding can be used? Well, as far as the federal funding, other people put restrictions on that. And the state has put restrictions on all kinds of funding that they give us, except for these unrestricted amounts that are tied to property tax. So that's why. The Board of Education determines or influences the property tax with the exception of 2 property tax lines that show up on a person's property tax notice. So if anyone's listening, there's 2 lines there that say something about schools, but the Board of Education has no way to determine or deal with those 2 lines. That's the state basic levy and the charter school levy. So just a graph, this was one of the charts that the committee asked me to put together last time, is a graph of where our funding comes from. Within the general fund, we have quite a bit of, well, I'll start with federal money here, a little over 6%, that's a little dark. And then we got all this state funding here that's determined by the state, but the state also determines the basic levy. So all of this, the majority of the money for sure, is being determined by others. It isn't until we get into this purple section that we get into areas where the board can really influence the money, and then there's other sources as well. And here is the slide that I just added, so I hope this is okay. But I thought the question might come up, well, that's nice for the general fund, but what about all the funds? Is there some snapshot John can give us about all the funds? And so I quickly put this together, and I hope this is okay, that this is kind of brought spur of the moment onto you. But federal money goes up a little bit. State money comes down in percentages. And then here you have the basic levy. So then we also have tax increment, though. Now we're adding another component of the tax increment property taxes. So now here we get into the voted and board amount. And here, and this is why this area is so important, is we get the debt and capital taxes, which is a good chunk of that. And so I thought it'd be fair to present this as well. So some people might ask the question, well, what about sales taxes and all the money you guys get for sales taxes? And what about all the impact fees that you guys get? And the answer is we don't get any of that money. We get zero. That is a very common misconception, that we get money of that sort. So what Ms. Richards was talking about with the fund balance, this is our history of the fund balance for the past several years. What is in red is our restricted fund balance, and blue is unrestricted fund balance. So you might, the board has used the analogy of a plane before, and you can kind of see a cruising altitude there that was a bit high. And then the desire was, of course, to pull that down. The board, in looking at that, focused on unrestricted balances and set a cruising altitude of these 2 lines here, the green and the red here, to say, well, this is kind of our target. So you can see also the fund balance was going up, and it was much higher than the target. And so the desire was to pull that down and do things with it. Help people, help education. Well, as we pull that down, then we come into this area where we become into a deficit situation where we're below that line.
What do those years mean? So 2021 means from what to what?
Fiscal year 21.
Fiscal year?
Yes.
So from July 1st to 2021 to June 30th, 2022.
Yeah.
That's fiscal year 21.
This is a snapshot in time as of June 30th, 21, June 30th, 2020, June 30th, 2019.
And John, I appreciate your use of the word deficit, but from my perspective, deficit would imply we're at a position where we don't have money.
Okay. Yeah.
We're below our line item, but we still have reserves were not out of cash. Can you
Yeah,
just clarify that?
Yeah, that is a wonderful clarification. In fact, I'm going to go back one slide to clarify that, because we are below that target. That doesn't mean that we're out of cash. The red that's on this chart is some of those restricted monies we're talking about that others have provided, and so there's some sort of money there that's sitting there. But that was removed from the calculation for these target balances for unrestricted. So there's some funds here. The biggest balance of that is the money that's been set aside for the actuarial determined amount of the retirement benefit. So as we go into this slide and we just look at unrestricted, great clarification, it's falling below that lowest target.
But isn't the definition of a deficit when you spend more than you have coming in? So in likeness, this is, we have a bunch of, in my personal account, I have a bunch of money in savings, but now I've decided to spend that savings down, and so I have to pull out of my savings. So I'm truly running in a personal deficit. Is that correct?
Well,
But I have some money to make it up, and we all knew that.
Yeah.
But we are spending more money than we're bringing in.
Absolutely.
That is correct.
That's,
Yes.
yeah.
We-
And you could do that for a while, but you can't do that forever.
Correct. And what the board has.
I have checks.
I thought, but she told me that's not true.
And what the board has spent this on has been very worthwhile, very good. But we're in this situation now. And so at the end of this year, it will be below that lowest target amount.
So this very last column, the 2022,
Is
that a projection?
yeah, that's just forecasted out to say this is where we might be at the end of this year.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so one of the questions the committee asked me to do was just to review and have data available. And I hope all of this is a resource for all of you, but what was our last time that the board increased taxes? And that was August of 2019. It was for $8.5 million. It went to the board levy of 00372. It was a 5.9% increase. It's roughly $78 a home. And that was used for teacher salary increases. So today, though, fast forward, and just as an estimate, a current estimate on where we are, for every $10 million of additional revenue, it would be a 356 increase. It would be 5.78% increase and be roughly $87 per homeowner. So times have changed. It shifted a little bit, and this is the most recent way I can estimate this. We'll get better numbers as we progress towards June. But and then the 10 million, the hope there is that from there you can roughly guesstimate other figures of your liking. One of the questions the committee asked me, well, how often has Jordan done a truth in taxation compared to other school districts? So this is what we could find on all of these charts that I give. The hope is that Jordan is in green, the average is in orange. So as you look at these just rough, Jordan has done one, and other districts have done others. And you can see the average there is 3. Now there's different reasons why someone might do a truth in taxation. This isn't good or bad. In fact, one of the questions the committee asked was, well, it doesn't really matter how many, it matters like how much. How would we compare that way? So that's what this slide is attempting to convey. So Jordan School District did that one truth in taxation at 5.9%. On this slide it says 5.5 because there was a year where we did a tax decrease, a very small one. And the average there is 14.04. Another question was, well, but how much does the average homeowner pay per district? And you can see this one, we're very close to the average. And this is a very interesting chart to me because you can see some of the districts that have been traditionally called wealthy districts have a lower amount per homeowner. But you can also see some of the more rural areas having a lower amount per homeowner where they have other means of pulling in some tax, like a lot of commercial within their area. Next question they asked, these are in no particular order, but one of the things the committee wanted to see was the chart that we show at the budget time. Well, how does that look if we could go back in time? So I don't know how far back in time to go, but I just picked the last, this is the year of the district split, and you can see everything since then. This chart is on a per $100,000 of home value. So this is not the total amount that's spent by homeowners, but per $100,000 of home value, as home values have gone up and down. The blue on this chart is the amount of money that goes to the state for the basic levy. Remember, they charge the basic levy, and it began at 69, and right now we're at 91. The red on this chart is the amount of money being used to pay for debt service. It began at 63, and we're at 44. The green is what the board really controls, if you will, or influences through truth and taxation. You see the year of the split, 207. It went up because remember that next year was the truth and taxation for that at 250. Today we stand at 204. One of the questions asked was, well, what if, regardless of who's a wealthy district or not a wealthy district?
John, just real quick on that.
Yes.
That is not in any way adjusted for inflation, correct? And so,
This here?
yeah, the
This
$250 that were coming in, what would
Correct.
those dollars be today?
That's, yes, that would be this chart, the 1499. Yes.
No.
Sorry, my misunderstanding.
So it was $250 per home at the
In
time.
29 and 2010.
2009, 2010. That same $250 today, if we took just pure inflation, what would that $250 be today?
I have a slide that might address that in a couple of slides that talks about $100 today in inflation. What would that be? So for 250, if we multiplied that by 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah. So when I say wealthy district or poor district, how that's normally measured is the taxing ability. For example, most people realize that Park City is, quote, the wealthiest school district in the state. Well, that's because they can do a very, very, very small tax increase and get millions of dollars off of it because of the total assessed valuation within their district. And then you have poor districts that would have to get that same type of tax increase, they would have to have a large tax increase to get that same amount of revenue in because they don't have a lot of value, assessed property value within their school district. So one of the questions the committee had asked is, well, what if we ignored the assessed valuation that every school district has, and what if we just compared it to the rates and we looked at if we were to adopt a rate of one of the other districts, what would the revenue look like then? How would that change? And here I've got 4 districts in the state average. So this first set is what I call the operation levies. The operation levies would be the voted and board levies. I exclude the basic levy because the basic levy, the money goes to the state. So the voted and board levies are here under operations. Here under facilities, I've included 2 levies, the debt and the capital. So you can barely see it here, but Alpine is very, very close to us on operations. So there's a very small amount of blue here. But Davis is quite a bit larger. Their tax rate on operations, if we were to match their rate, would yield somewhere around 34 million extra dollars. Now, and you can see the others here. There's Granite in green and Canyons in purple, state average in blue, light blue. If we move over to facilities, you notice Alpine, it switches. And Alpine, of course, has a lot of growth. And so that makes some sense there. And then over here on the far right is just the total tax between the two charts added together. This next chart is the one I hope answers Mr. Young's question about the buying power. So going back to 2009, $100 in 2009, and then just showing, well, really in 2010, though, with inflation, it's really worth about $98.40. And the next year, okay, with inflation, $95.25. So this is attempting to capture that and pull that down. That same $100 comes all the way down to the current year, which I had to guess because we don't have the data for that, at $79.38. Now you'll notice there is one year in 2020 where it went up. To be fair on this, I thought I should include the truth in taxation that the board did in August of 2019 to increase that up a little bit. So that's why that one's bumping up a little bit and then it comes back down following that, because property taxes don't shift for inflation.
So, Mr. Young, if we do the 2.5, we're at about, what, $200?
198.
Okay, thanks, 198.
Very close to 200.
So another question the committee asked was, well, what about a big influence on this is the property taxes for redevelopment agencies, the city's redevelopment agencies. And you notice the green on this one is quite high compared to the other districts. You'll notice a lot of the districts, the rural districts, do not do these. So we're above the average on this one, but this is just the total assessed valuation. So to try and make this a little more comparable, I divided that by student, and you can see where we end up there. And then to make it more comparable still, I multiplied that by the tax rate so that you can see how much per student is going to the RDAs.
Just because we live in a high growth area and we're trying to attract businesses to come and be in our area?
Yeah, the cities have come to the board and said, could you help us out with this project? For various reasons. I can think of one of the projects that wasn't growth, it was just a building that was completely vacant and not being used and was a real problem. And so there was some incentive there to help that situation or that building get back on the tax rolls, get them paying taxes and being utilized for the community.
We could argue, though, some established communities wouldn't need to use this as much to attract businesses to come in.
It all depends on how well those established communities have utilized these tools in the past.
Gotcha.
Some have not
He
utilized
has to rebuild their community.
Yeah.
Excellent, okay.
Salt Lake
And,
is,
and in theory, this is how a quote unquote along the Wasatch Front. I'm not gonna. Our rural districts have a different, but in theory, this is how a quote unquote poor district goes from being a poor district to a wealthier district. Is we invest in the right kind of projects that allow us to increase our commercial property tax base. In theory.
yeah, and the whole reason that's in theory is because you assume it's going to come back into the tax fold rather than stay constantly in the RDA.
That
So
never
we hope
happens.
in 20 or 30 years
Yeah.
we're more of a wealthier district because of these.
Yes, yeah. In fact, when I talk to other business administrators, they remind me all the time that Jordan is projected to be a, quote, a wealthier district someday. And I'm like, great.
Sooner than later.
In my day, right?
So this chart is tax revenue. It's revenue we're getting from RDA projects?
Yeah, so we don't get the revenue, but this is money that is being diverted, if you will, from those taxpayers back to the city to go towards whatever was agreed upon when that project was put in place.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So usually,
Money we're pumping into the economy, into our.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Money we're pumping into the growth of our area.
It's also important to remind the public that these companies might not have come without this.
correct.
So that money we are creating from money that didn't exist in the first place.
We're investing with an
We're-
expected increase.
This is, I think an illustration of this might be that in a growing area, it's very common for a city to tell a large entity that may come in who doesn't want, or that's coming and saying, well, I'll come in, but I don't want to put in the roads, the sewer, the electric lines, the natural gas. I don't want to put all that in. And so city, what are you going to do? Because I can locate out here, but that's too far away. You don't have anything there. And so the city has to then put all of that in place to get them to come. And so then this property tax goes back to the city to pay the bond they issued to put that infrastructure into place.
Thank you.
That's a common.
But we're not giving up $3.1 billion.
No,
We're
no,
giving
no.
up the percentage, the property tax percentage of that $3.1 billion. I don't want anybody to look at this and think that's the number we're giving up. This is the value of the property that's off of our tax books for right now that ultimately will come back on, in theory, over the next 10 to 15 years.
Right, right.
And then we get a portion of that money.
Yeah, most of these deals have portions of that already coming to the district. Yeah. Okay, another quick one. We do go over this one at the budget hearing, but this is just the long-term debt per student. One of the things that's just still rings in my ears is when someone told me that Jordan has the highest debt in the state, and that is just not true.
No matter
Well,
how you slice that pie.
right, yeah.
Can't slice it and say that.
Another one of the questions the committee said, well, but how do we compare with teacher wages, the beginning teacher wage? Where does that fall? Because are we like well below average on that, or are we near the top? Well, you see we're probably in the top, I don't know what that would be, 15%, I don't know. But we're up there, doing well. And then what about the average school size? So these next couple of graphs are a little, I'll just explain them. The bars are the number of schools in that school district. So this one, being the elementary schools, is the bar is the number of elementary schools in that district. The orange line is the number of students per school on average in that school district. So this was, to me, this was fascinating. I think it also surprised the committee to see that Jordan has a quite high amount of, on average, number of students per school within elementary schools. So 709 is Alpine and 709 is also Jordan. As I go to middle school, Jordan is in second place, if this is a contest, second highest, I'll say. Alpine is 1,400 and Jordan is 1,160. So you can think in your mind, well, what's the ideal size of a school? And maybe compare that, but certainly the more students per school, the more economies of scale are gained from that. High school flips a little bit. Now Granite is the highest at 2,468, and Jordan is still in second place at 2,299.
Has to be said, they have ninth graders, so.
They do have ninth graders, yeah. but still large schools with a lot of kids in them. And then all schools is just combining them all here. So Jordan at 967. So that's quite high, especially when you look at some of these others on the lower end. Salt Lake, Murray, Canyons, they have less students per school. So I've been asked before, in fact, I think this came up in the committee meeting too, well, how is it that Canyons is saying that they need all this money, and Salt Lake is short of funds, if you heard that as well? Well, I think this could be part of that answer. I'm not saying it is. I'm not as familiar with them, but I think it's definitely part of the answer that a smaller school loses some of those economies of scale, as well as smaller class sizes. This next
Lighting is their BAs too.
no.
John, you're not speculating as to the financial situation of other districts.
He doesn't have enough to do. So, just kidding.
So this chart has a lot of stuff on it, but it's what I call the summary 7. I'm comparing us against 7 school districts because those other charts with 41 school districts kind of gets buried. And are we really as similar to Daggett or Rich or Sevier or Wayne as these 7? So I specifically pulled out 7 so that we could just look at the ones that I felt like would be good. And what I did here is I took the largest 4, and then I did the others within the county. And all of this data is on the previous charts, except for I added 2 other columns. That's why this is kind of smushed in here, but I added average elementary class size and average secondary class size. And so
Is that class size as opposed to staffing ratio?
that is correct. Yes. So you can kind of see where Jordan falls in. I did not graph this though, so if you want that graphed, you'll have to ask me, and I'll do that later. But again, Salt Lake has quite low staff size, class sizes here, with small schools as well. Okay, the rest of this presentation, a lot of this I know is review for the board. It's so I'm going to try and speed through this. But if the board has a question or wants to stop and talk about something, please do. I will not be offended in the least. The rest of this I wanted to go over in one slide, Property Tax 101, just a very brief reminder of that. The school district property taxes, all the rates combined, all of them combined without the basic, and then the operations ones and the facilities ones. So we can dissect those individually and see where Jordan is with the rest of the state on those. So as a reminder, property taxes in Utah are not adjusted for inflation, and that is very confusing to taxpayers because their home value went up, so clearly it's calculating off of inflation. Well, the process is some people refer to it as revenue neutrality, but they take all of the property value from the prior year. If that increases in value, the rate must fall for across that pool of property sufficient to keep the same revenue off of that prior year property the same. Revenue neutrality. But it can go up. Taxes in total can go up, and we've seen that within our school district for a couple of these reasons. One, the voters can approve a tax rate increase. There's a bond that passes. 2, the board can approve a tax rate increase through a truth in taxation hearing. And 3, there's new property that's added to the rolls that wasn't on the tax rolls the prior year.
But that's only 1 year, right? Because the following year, they're added to the assessed value.
That's
total.
correct. And now it's subject to revenue neutrality. Yes. And so one of the questions I've had people ask me before is, well, if you're getting new property onto the rolls, why can't those new properties build the new schools? Why can't they pay for the new the new teachers and the new, all of the, everything that goes along with that new subdivision. And the reason is there's not enough revenue there to pay for such a structure or for the schools. Or even for the teachers all at once like that is not gonna, it's not available. Plus, remember bullet number 1 is not subject to inflation. So as we give increases in pay, that's not keeping up.
Well, and briefly explain the principal residence exemption,
Okay.
because that plays a
If-
big part in that as well.
It sure does. Your primary residence is given a 45% exemption from property tax. If you have a secondary residence, they don't get that exemption. So because you're given a 45% exemption, that new home comes in, but it's not providing near the taxes that, say, a business would or a commercial entity would, or even a secondary home would. One of the questions the committee had asked me is, could you try and estimate how much it would cost per student? Do you remember that? It's roughly 1.8 homes per student, and yet you got people like me that had multiple kids, right? And so I multiply that out by 1.8, and it just takes a lot of that to build up to pay for that.
Sorry. But man, it was worth having the Dunfords in our schools.
We just need a whole bunch of homes for that.
Businesses.
Businesses. Can I ask you a couple questions? New property added to the tax roll, that also would not be a full year of taxes. It's whenever they moved in until it's trued up?
Yeah, the assessor's office and them, they have some way of doing all of that. I'm not as familiar with that, but that's my understanding is.
Like
it's
if I moved in
partial.
March and August was the time it trues up, then it's just, that's probably a portion.
Yeah.
And then voters approved taxes, is that just bonds, or can we put increase in tax rate on the voters to decide?
You can. Yes, there is a levy called the voted levy. And the voted levy is voted upon by the public, how much that can go. And currently that levy is 0016, but state law says it can go up to 002. So it could
Successful
go
have
up.
those been?
Yeah, those elections are not, they're not very popular above 16, the 0016. And the reason for that is because, as I get into the voted, the state will calculate a guarantee up to the 16. So most districts do the 16. Most do not go above the 16 because the state doesn't provide any incentive to do that. You all have heard the legislators say, well, hey, we need school districts to raise their taxes. And they've been trying to figure out a way to incentivize school boards to go through that process. Well, one idea that's been floated is, well, could you guarantee up to the 002? Now, it has not been successful elsewhere, but when it does become successful, areas such as Tooele that did get theirs to pass, after they were able to explain to everybody, look, we're going to be subject to these guarantees, we're going to get more money than this because now the state's going to pump in, they're going to match this. It really has helped them. Those that don't have it, though, are really struggling.
Thank you.
Okay, here's the 5 levies. There is some notes here about the charter levy. It is a small amount. The reason the charter levy is listed is because whatever the charter levy amount is counts against this board's levy, what you can do. And so they do list it, but this is not the dollar amount charter schools receive. It's listed so that if Joe Blow taxpayer wanted to know, well, how much counts against the school district's maximum, that's the amount. That's all that's representing. Okay, The basic levy, here's a review of all things basic levy. I think the main point here is the basic levy essentially goes to the state to fund the WPU. Now, they don't literally make us write a check to the state for this. My own opinion is I think it would be more transparent to the taxpayer if this money did go to the state and we just had WPU. I think it would make this whole process much simpler. But what the state does is they say, well, how much did you collect in the basic? We're going to not give you that much in WPU. So another key point here is, regardless of tax collections, regardless of the, quote, wealth, the assessed valuation in every district, this levy yields the exact same per student. Does not matter. If the legislature approves a large WPU increase this year, every school district gets the same per student.
John, help me make sure I'm not. Our property tax isn't the only source of WPU. Is that accurate? Or so does, I always was under the assumption that some of the WPU comes out of state income tax.
That is correct. If I misworded that, thank you for correcting me. The WPU that the state provides is their income tax that they're sending. They're just going to not give us the WPU amount for the basic levy proceeds we received.
Okay, so there's a certain piece that they're saying, their assumption is saying, basically, we're assuming the only dollars you're going to use in your general fund are from WPU, and we want you contributing something to it, so
Yeah.
we're going to require your citizenry to pay a certain amount.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got a chart on the basic levy that I think really, I'm a little fond of these charts, but, and by the way, now might be a great time to interject. Thank you, accounting team, for your help on this, especially Natalie Grange, a new addition to our accounting team that helped me with all of this.
Charts and caveats,
Yeah.
John Larson.
Parts and caveats, the John Larson story.
So the next one is the voted levy. This is the one, Mr. Robinson, you were asking about, the 16 to 200. The state guarantee, one of the things I want to briefly go over is this one does have a 5-year look back on the guarantee. So there is an option to make the state pay you, but then at some point in time, you have to raise the rate and get no more money. So you say, well, we're going to raise the rate, but we're not going to get any additional money from it. So that's a weirdness of that state guarantee. So most districts try to just stay at the 16 due to that. Let's see. The board, as you can tell, the board local levy, very little changes from the voted levy. It's just the maximums here. We are currently at 00617. The maximum on this one is 0025. And this one, it does have a state guarantee up to the 0004 for a certain amount. And maybe I should also review that the state guarantee is only for school districts that fall below a calculation threshold. In other words, this is an attempt by the state to try and help poorer school districts get additional money. And I hope it's appropriate, but I want to give a shout out to Senator Fillmore, who has really tried to champion some of this, saying it shouldn't matter your zip code about your state funding, about your funding. And this is the effort to do that. And it has been raised such that many districts are participating in this, just not all of them. And so it can create some division among school districts about this. Okay, the capital levy, we're at 001486. The state has a cap that we can do at 003. So a little less than half there. There is no guarantee on this. And then the debt levy has to be approved by voters. And this is for general obligation bonds. This is not for lease revenue bonds. Lease revenue bonds are to be paid for out of the capital levy. And then this one, the debt service levy, oddly enough, it does not have a maximum. The legislature did not set a maximum on this one. You are to tax whatever it takes to make your annual payment. What they do have a maximum on is that you cannot be in debt more than 4% of your fair market value. So Jordan just barely makes it because we're, let's see, we're $1.75 billion, and we have debt of $200 million. So we're just barely. I'm joking. We are well below that. However, some of the small school districts have run into this cap.
You back up a slide to the capital local levy.
Yes.
So local board of education sets this rate. How do we change that?
This one is subject to truth and taxation to change this rate.
Okay.
Yep. Capital local levy.
I thought as long as the two didn't increase, you could change the capital and move some of that over to the general fund.
So you can
That's the rate as long as the whole doesn't go up.
That is correct. You can adjust between the rates, but in total, you cannot increase the total without going through truth and taxation.
But if I just wanted to increase the capital local levy, I would have to do truth and taxation.
Without impacting the general fund, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you recall, has it been 2 years now? I can't remember, but 2 years ago, the board did say we want to lower the capital and go over and raise the board. So in a way, you're shifting your revenue. You're kind of borrowing from what used to be in capital over to use for operations. Okay.
Just to clarify, we did that for a couple of reasons. We weren't necessarily borrowing. I mean, we were consistently running a surplus in our capital.
Yeah.
And realized that we could utilize those funds better over in our general fund. And that was what we were, it wasn't.
It was a very strategic, good word, well thought out discussion. The board wanted to balance that out a little bit. And you'll see in a little bit that our capital levy is high compared to the other districts. And our board levy is low. So there was reasons definitely for that. Okay. So the next three slides are all the tax rates combined. And I'm just going to try and fly through these. These are ones that I've shown at the budget hearing. All tax rates combined, Jordan's below the average on all tax rates. When you look at our assessed valuation per student, this is that wealth factor of how wealthy a school district is. The state average is approximately, $821,000 a student, and Jordan is $442,000 a student. Assessed valuation per student, not property tax revenue per student. Assessed valuation per student. And then multiplying those two gives you the yield per student. State average, $4,908, and Jordan School District, $2,731. So that may not make a lot of difference, and that's why I put the summary 7 together so that you could see these 7 that are more closely tied to Jordan and what that difference would be. The way these slides are put together is that they have their individual total tax rate, assessed valuation, the proceeds, and then the state guarantees, which then yields a total amount per student for the each individual school district. And then we could use other comparative methods. This one, I just simply used the number of students. I said, well, if Jordan had the exact same situation that an Alpine had, and we had the same number of students, what would be the yield, the additional yield on that? And it'd be 12.6 million on Alpine. Canyon's 100 million, Salt Lake 146 million, and so on this. So I'm going to use these same slides as I go through each one of these levies. So the basic levy, again, This funds the WPU. Here's the levy. This is the most, in my mind, the most boring slide in this presentation. Everybody has the exact same rate because the state legislature sets it. Then you multiply that by the assessed valuation per student, and what do you yield? You yield a tax proceeds per student, but it's for the basic levy. And remember, they make up the difference with the WPU. So here's the orange is the amount of difference that's made up with the WPU. Everybody gets the exact same amount per student. You see two school districts, Park City and Rich, that actually do end up cutting checks back to the state because they receive more property tax revenue than the WPU is worth. So even property tax, even Park City and Rich are held equal on this. Summary 7 slide. Another boring one because it's all equal. There's no difference on the far right side for Jordan. So now we get into, this is where I feel like the real meat is. If once you start excluding the basic levy, then you can start really seeing what's happening with property taxes. So what is the rate excluding the basic levy multiplied by the assessed valuation per student gives a yield. 3,544 state average, Jordan School District 1,996. A lot of bars on this slide. So again, let's look at the summary 7 and multiply that out. You'll notice the state guarantees have drastically dropped on this slide because of the WPU being removed. But you notice on the far right column, the amount different is exactly the same as the total tax rate. And that again, because the WPU is 100% the same. Okay, voted levy. So let's look at the districts that are or are not above that 16. And let's look at the guarantees, how that might shift on the results here. Jordan has above average voted local levy rate. We're at the 0016. The state average is 001098. So above average here, well above average, I might add. But when you multiply that by our below average assessed valuation per student, what does the yield come out to be? It's below average. That's how much weight this assessed valuation per student has. The average 789 and Jordan's 709. But this really isn't a fair chart to the districts that don't receive the state voted guarantees. So to be fair to a Park City or to a Salt Lake, let's add in the money that the poorer districts receive. And then you can see this. The orange is the estimated amount of the state guarantees. And you'll notice some districts have a lot and others very little. This is all about that 5-year look back. So you can do this 5-year look back and the state pays something, but sooner or later that district is going to have to raise taxes just to keep the same amount of revenue they had. Okay, and then the summary 7. So if we only looked at the voted local levy, how much of a difference would that be? And you can see we're above, or sorry, we're below many. We're above one though. Granite actually pulls in less on this right now than we do. Okay, does that help answer the question, Daryl? Ms. Robinson? Okay. Board local levy, similar situation. Where are we on the board local levy? The average is 001651. Jordan is 000617. So we're the third from the lowest on this slide in the state. When you multiply that by below average assessed valuation, the yield brings us down. We're still third from the bottom at $273 a student. State average is $1,326 a student. So this is the substantial difference among all of these. But again, to be fair, we need to add in the state guarantees, and that's what this chart does. And now we're the second lowest in the state at 349, and state average at 1,462. So again, a lot of bars, but how does that compare with the summary 7? And you can see that there is quite a difference here on many of these districts, but not with Alpine. And I might call your attention back to, do you remember the other district that had a high number of students per school? That was Alpine. I think this is one of the reasons why Alpine and Jordan have done so well, really, is because of the economies of scale with that number of students per school. And that's not an argument for anything, it's just an observation. Okay, so if you were to combine the voted and the board levies together, that's the operations total. What would the money that's available for salaries look like? Because now we looked at them individually, but if you combine them together, what does this look like about the money we have available for those salaries? So here is the yield per student of both of those combined. The state average 2,590, Jordan 1,347. And then the summary 7, both of those combined. So to me, this answers a little bit of the question as to, well, Jordan has less revenue. We have a lot less revenue per student in this area. And what's interesting to me, if I can, do you remember the chart where we had the teacher pay? I think that says a lot about our district and our priorities and where our money goes. Okay, now let's move on to the facilities area, the capital levy. The levy in capital is higher than average. We knew this a couple years ago as discussed. When you multiply that higher than average tax rate multiplied by our below average assessed valuation per student, what do we yield per student? We're below average. Not huge, but we're below average. And here's the summary 7 on that. And you can see that we do actually yield more than several of these other districts in this levy. Not all of them, but most of them. Okay, so what about debt? The other major component of facilities isn't just capital, but what about the debt for these? Here's the debt levy for each district in the state, and we're below average on this one. Multiplied by the below average assessed valuation is our debt levy. Here is pretty low, really low. Again, I think our debt load in this district is very, very good. The summary 7, you can see the difference here now that we are quite a bit lower than other districts on the debt load. So what if you combine those two? Where does that get us? What do we see then? And that is this chart here shows the average at 1,427, and Jordan is 1,014. And the summary 7 comparison of those dollar amounts. So again, there's two districts where we are higher than them on this, and the others are higher than us. So again, I'm going to repeat the one that's all without the basic. To me, it's very imperative that the basic levy has to be pulled out, because it is, otherwise it distorts all the data. And yet we don't yield additional proceeds from that levy. The state does, but we don't. So in summary, the basic levy should be removed. The assessed valuation becomes a very critical part in looking at this. It carries a lot more weight, if you will, than the levy itself. Jordan does have above average voted and capital levies and below average board and debt levies. But when we multiply the assessed valuation, we come out below. And then when you combine the operation levies voted and board together, Jordan's well below the average. And then when you combine the capital and debt levies, the facility levies together, Jordan is also well below the average. I really hope that's helpful to paint a picture of where we are. And
You by chance have a growth chart of all the districts in the state that shows the amount each district has grown? I don't know if that's accessible, but it would be fascinating when you look at, well, Jordan is increasing in size at this rate, and yet we're levying taxes well below districts who are growing less fast.
You're talking growth by enrollment.
Growth by enrollment. If that's easily accessible, but that to me would tell me volumes of, look where we are. I mean, it's one thing to say, look at our capital proceeds. But when you realize the need we have because of the growth that's in our district, those capital proceeds tell a completely different story. So I don't know if that's accessible, but if we could tap into that data, that additional slide to me would just really tell me the difference in a lot of these charts.
work on it. Yep. I do remember a question the committee asked me to look into that I have an answer to, and that was on what counts as average home. When they do the average home, how much the tax rate is for the average homeowner. Well, what's counted in the homeowner piece? Apartments are excluded from that. It is another way that we could probably more properly say it is it's taxes per parcel number. And since apartments have a parcel number for multiple homes, they're excluded. Townhomes, condos, things that people own, though, are included in that calculation. But if you take a duplex with one parcel number, they take the whole value of the duplex, both units together. They don't divide it by two.
We'd like to thank Mr. Larson and his staff for the excellent work on this. I'm sure you have some questions, but let me just kind of summarize, and then I think the other committee members may have some comments. But I'm sure you're all aware that we ultimately knew that there would be a shortfall in the fund balance, and that would need to be addressed and made up with a tax increase. So the time, I think, is now, or in the very near future, that we need to consider that and look very seriously at what our next steps are. Did you have something, Jen?
Yeah, I would just echo what you're saying. I think that the evidence is here that we do need to, as a board, have more in-depth conversations as far as a tax increase. And I do think that the time is now to do that. I think that, the information is here. We see it clearly. I just think it's an important time to do that.
Mr. Robinson, did you have anything?
Yeah, it probably is not that important, but somebody sent me a newspaper article from 1947 talking about how the Jordan School District needed to raise the taxes. Superintendent Arthur E. Peterson said that we need to raise the taxes by $263,000 because of increasing salaries. So that would increase the budget to $1,191,000. So that was the first time we went over $1 million.
Those were the days. Arthur E. Peterson, now that was a superintendent.
So increasing materials and increasing salaries were the reasons. But anyways, well done.
What are your opinions on a necessary tax increase?
Is that directed to me?
Yeah.
Sure. I think you have to. I mean, how low below the line are we willing to fly? And that's the question. So.
One thing that I said a couple meetings ago, maybe a couple months ago, I'll be honest with you, is I do think that we as a board need to start having conversations about, first of all, the truth in taxation and how that that money would be spent. I think it would be beneficial. I just think there's a possibility that we could all have different ideas of how that money does need to be spent. And I think it would be important for us as a board to pinpoint where do we start, what amount, and how that money is spent.
The complicating factor too is we usually operate with a maybe 2, maybe 3% inflation rate, and you're at around a 7. So this has just been a wind shear that hit our airplane. Without that, maybe we could have bought one more year. I just don't know if you can buy it with that increasing cost.
That's one thing I've been curious about. When does the plane crash? Because we're not out of money now. We're just bringing down our reserves.
Plane crashes when it's at 0, but
Yeah.
how low are we willing to fly to the trees?
Yeah, and I obviously don't want to crash the plane or get too low. I'm just curious.
2022, it does show though that we're at the 17.44%. So
Yeah, and maybe it would be helpful to come back to the board with a brief history. 6 of us on this board went through the discussions where we set that limit. And so if we're asking that question, then we either need to be reminded as to how we came up with that limit and why we chose those amounts, and that would be helpful for, that might be something that's helpful to come back and give that history and give that understanding as to, because that, we did set that. And
been privy to that information.
I mean, I've had conversations
degree.
about it being said. I don't know that I necessarily heard why you chose those specific.
Well, and now we're there, it might be interesting to say, is that still the right level that we should be at? Do we need to revisit that discussion? And then how do we get back to where we need to be? And there's some other factors around there too, like are we going to address the rising cost of salaries?
And
Cost of everything.
Cost of building.
and facilities will be coming with a picture of our future building needs looks.
There's a lot more, this is a lot more complicated than when we said, let's take the reserves down. My answer is yes, but that depends on a lot of factors.
But I'd also remind you that we as a board went through that exercise to set those limits that John is presented here in a moment where the emotions and the immediacy of the need were such that we could make a rational, thoughtful decision. And so I think it sounds like it would be important for us to revisit that as just as an explanation as to how how we set those limits for what our reserve should be.
It was a good process, and it was wise to do it when we did it.
Yeah.
This is just remarkable. I am just so amazed at the breadth and depth and perspectives that the committee looked at with regards to this information. I think it would be tremendously helpful if the committee spent some time trying to take all of this tremendous data and see if we can't put together some sort of 5 to 7 minute public summary. I have no idea where I would begin carving it down, but I think there is so much amazing information in here that would be tremendously helpful, rolling it out to the public.
You're saying in one of our board meetings, like our fourth Tuesday board meetings?
Or
Because this is being rolled out to the public right now. It's
no,
being
I
streamed,
like a something to put online or
got it.
Informational. for
yeah,
public
just
to
something that
see.
people could just click and I'm sure John would love to
love to do
narrate a
some
video.
We've had conversation about doing that, but we also had conversation about wanting to see what in this information did the board feel like we do feel like that is needed, and you know what I mean? And we've done that exercise before when we went out for the TNT in previous years. But I mean, and maybe we're not looking for that right yet, but we're looking for the condensed information, and then with that condensed information, have the conversation of how we do present to truth and taxation if we decide as a board to go forward with that.
I do have a question on the current year estimate methodology. So that's the 10 million would require 0.00356. Is that rate or increase to the rate? That's not the
Yeah.
That's not the main question, but is that
That would be the increase to the rate,
To the rate.
356, and, yeah.
so? What assessed valuation are you utilizing in determining that? Are you using last year's? Are you building an inflation, an increase into that? What is your assessed valuation rate base that you're utilizing?
Yeah, I am using the number the state tax commission gave us for this year.
Okay,
So
I'm a tax guy, so this year can mean a lot of different things. What year are you referring to?
So property tax year 2021, fiscal year 22.
So ends June 30th, 2022.
Yeah,
And our actual property tax will be calculated based on that number, or will it be based on 2022's?
it'll be based on the new number the tax commission will give us in June.
In June.
Yeah.
And thus lies the problem, because we have to have our budget submitted by June 30th. And so we're using a historical number. That valuation, have you studied what its increase has been over the last number of years? Is there any way we could see, based on a conservative estimate as to the increase, would that move this needle very much?
I didn't assume it would because of that revenue neutrality piece, that the assessed valuation of, say, I haven't moved, my home is in existence, and so as its value goes up, the rate will fall, although across 100,000 homes, right? So I haven't tried to identify that.
That's fair, but aren't we in essence resetting that? Aren't we in essence, by doing a tax increase, by assuming a tax increase, aren't we recapturing all of that? And so that elusive growth, we get to recapture into our new rate, correct?
That's correct. So maybe what I'll do is I'll go through each of these. The rate increase, to your point, would differ. That 00356 would change based on whatever that collective new value is. But the next line down, that percentage increase, is going to be that's would be unknown, because I don't know how much then the rate is going to fall to then calculate how much it goes up on the percentage increase. And then the next one would be fair, to your point again, that the average home owner, how much that would be, we could try and estimate a total across the board value to multiply that out with.
That's what I'd like to explore as we head down,
Yeah.
as we fine tune this. Is there a healthy way to incorporate what we know has been an increase? I mean, this last year has been a record increase in property values. And so, unfortunately, we have to just come into June and set a rate, and then those numbers fall out. And so we could have every intention to be coming in at a $10 million increase, and so we set a rate, and then our valuations come in so much higher that we're generating 13 million or 12 million, I don't know. And that was never our intention. And I'd love to see if we can't somehow dial that in so that we have a very good idea of what our overall dollar amount that we can generate is and what that average would be. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and we'll look at that. One of the clarifications, though, I'd like to give is that when you do a truth in taxation, it no longer becomes about the rate, it becomes about the additional revenue.
It does become the revenue.
Yes, and so in August, when that would take place, the motion the board would have to take is to set the rate at this in order to yield this additional revenue. So what happens in June is going to be there could be some estimates being done there, but the reason it comes back later is to dial that in exactly to yield this much revenue is this rate, therefore we're going to set that.
Okay. But that average per house is a changeable number according to that valuation, though, correct?
Yes.
So I'd just like to see if we can explore some ways to just dial that in so that we can have a better idea of what it is we're actually going to generate with our assessed values.
I want to go back to what Matt said. How are we rolling this out to the public? I would love to see our communications department pushing some of this information out on a regular basis. Whether that be some video vignettes or some graphs that go out on occasion. This is information that our public needs to know.
I also need to know, like, how we even fund schools. Like, even people who are in our community and running our community have asked me, well, how do we fund schools? And so I think we need to put the position we're in, but the scary thing to me is everyone believes that we have this huge, available money because the state's running around saying we got $1.2 billion extra. And so people are going to assume schools are, and they're going to be hit in the face when every city, and I was in the Western Growth Conference, and every city's going to have to do a tax increase, and probably every school district. And yet the state's running around saying we have all this money. Well, that money was generated in a tax that we have no access to.
They're going to lower the taxes, and everyone's going to raise them back up.
And it's going to really frustrate people, but
On us and not them.
But if we can communicate and teach people how property taxes work and where we get our piece of the pie, I think that would go long. You're still going to have people pretty angry about the whole thing, but when I look at this picture that John just gave, I'm thinking, I'm not paying my fair share anymore. We're at the lowest of all those things, and I'm thinking, as an economist, I learned that there's a law called the law of diminishing returns, and there's a certain point you want to be. Where's the sweet spot? And I think now we've tightened the belt so tight that we're now losing quality programs and those kinds of things. And so where do we need to bring that back up so that we have maximum amount of programs and we're meeting our needs without tying it so much we're losing things, so.
So is the rest of the board supportive of putting together information to push out? And do we want finance committee to identify some of those areas, or is there, anyone have a recommendation on how to best do that?
Well, and if does everybody on the board, and if we need more time to answer this, and this is going to go to answering that question, does everybody on the board see the necessity of doing a increase this budget year? Or is that question, I'm not talking size, I'm not talking amount, I'm just saying that an increase is necessary this year, as is being, what I'm hearing is being recommended by the committee. Fair?
Well, there's some missing pieces still, though, because like, what if the state came and said, we're going to double the WPU?
We see the writing on the wall. That's not happening.
Probably not. So
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
my
we're-
only reserve is like,
We're deep
Thanks for
enough.
hoping.
We're deep enough into the session to see that that's not coming.
so I think like right now, we go down that road, you know, that's,
So
No
if I can
problem.
finish, does everybody see that that is something that we're going to need to do, or is there anybody that's still not sure yet? Because that changes the type of message that we're going to start sending out, I guess. And so,
And back to your earlier point, if we discuss those limits that we set, is the board going to claim the option to change them, which will decrease, I think that's another variable on the equation. Is there going to be an increase, or are we just going to tap more into the reserves?
so you think that question is still needs to be discussed before we, so you're not ready to say there needs to be one?
I am personally.
Okay.
But I don't know if the board is going to look at those numbers and those reserves and say, you know what, I'm rethinking what I voted on as an acceptable, boundary. And therefore, with the new information that I have, I'm comfortable lowering those amounts. And once we lower those amounts, does that eliminate the need for an increase?
Okay.
I am ready, but I don't know if the board is ready without that discussion to say, I'm set on, yes, there'll be an increase.
So you're ready to say there needs to be an increase this
I
year?
am, personally.
So,
Because I was part of that discussion. I'm very comfortable with the discussion, and my opinion hasn't changed. But out of fairness to the board, I don't know if everyone else is still comfortable with that set, those margins.
see, and to me, I am comfortable with where those margins were set because the time and the information that went into that feels comfortable to me. To me, right now, that wouldn't feel comfortable to me because we are coming down faster. So that's what makes me nervous. I'm not saying we will evaluate it, but that is me speaking as Jen.
So do you think there still needs to be an increase this year?
Yes.
Though regardless, even if we were to change those,
Yeah. And I don't know how
Those
comfortable I
fund
am with
balances.
changing those just because I know of the thought that went into that and where we were in that time. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be evaluated in the future. That's just me speaking for myself.
I think it makes me feel a little uncomfortable to say I have to commit today that I'm going to raise the taxes. What I am committed to is the discussion, the deeper exploration. I think if we're going to send out communications, we need to be very careful that there's still the hearing, and there still could be any of us voting at that hearing. We could vote that down based upon all those informations, but I'm more than comfortable of exploring and going deeper and how much and what's the picture look like.
But that's exactly my point, is I don't want us to commission our communications group to start releasing information that could then be perceived as, oh, it's actually trying to persuade a board member or two who aren't even ready to explore the possibility of, does that make sense? And so that's why I'm asking the question. I don't want anyone feeling committed to this, but I also don't want anybody feeling like I really haven't made up my mind. I don't have the information. I don't want our communications group moving forward with information that I still need to make a decision on. Is that?
Yeah, that helpful to hear your perspective, because I see it, I saw it as this is information that should be going out regularly, regardless of what year it is, and regardless of whether or not we're even talking about taxes. I just think getting regular financial information to people is good.
Right now is a good time to do that in this time of part of the year, right? We're all looking at our own taxes, we're all looking at our own finances, and maybe that, a couple things are sent out around this time of year every year.
I think the type of information changes a little bit if, depending on the direction. Not that everyone's cemented, committed, I just am curious to know.
So what's your proposal for the next step then, to figure out what type of information should be presented?
If everybody is saying, yes, it's more likely than not that we'll need to do a tax increase, then I think that forms my decision as to let's release the communications group to share more in-depth information, as opposed to if some are saying, I still need more discussion, more working it out here, then I may filter what information I would suggest the communications group pushes out, because then I don't know, it's probably a distinction without a difference, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, and then I heard you say, and we will take this as a committee, to spend time taking this data and put together a summary for our public. So that would be part of the process, I would think. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I've often said school districts have one of three issues when it comes to budgets. They either have a revenue issue, they have a spending issue, or they actually have a savings issue. They've saved too much. We've been dealing in this world of savings. We've actually, I don't think we've communicated well. We've done a tremendous amount with the spending issue. It's very necessary to be looking at our revenue issue, bottom line. And so that's, to me, that's ultimately the message, is to communicate that we're in a position right now where we're in a revenue need, not an expenditure need, not a savings need.
So is it safe to say that everyone would like to explore the option of doing a truth in taxation?
You
this
put it
year?
that way,
Does
then I'm very comfortable with that.
everyone sees the need and sees the need to look into it more?
Yes.
Yeses from everyone. Does that?
So, yeah, and then that would be the overall theme, is that would be my suggestion, and what is, this is a revenue issue right now. Not a spending, not a savings.
So you're saying focus on revenue
Yeah,
data.
yeah.
That's a great clarification.
Oh. And so do we
Because
still
that
want?
goes to the question of, I mean, they're gonna be saying, well, you had this 1.2 million, or billion.
Billion.
1947, it was 1.2 million.
262,000.
So, yeah.
So I would just quickly like to say thank you, John, for all the work that you and your department has done for this. I know that we've gone over these slides several different times, and we've said, hey, what about this, and what about that? And you've just been really helpful, and just thank you for the information that you have allowed altogether to provide.
And I just appreciate your enthusiasm for these graphs and slides. I love it.
Well, and I'll just add how much I appreciate, you have the heart of a teacher. So I feel like you're willing to dumb this down and speak in a way that anyone can understand, and that's so appreciated, being the most ignorant person in the room, so.
No.
Okay, so next steps. The board recognizes that we have a revenue problem. We want Finance Committee to identify some information that we want to start pushing out to the community.
Utilizing these slides.
Yeah, utilizing these slides. And then what's our next step as a board? What's our next discussion as a board?
I'm interested in what Jen mentioned before about aligning. Okay, so if we go for truth in taxation, I think we want to have a clear, unified message. Where does that money go? What's our plan?
And that, I know I've been a broken record, but that's exactly what I've been talking about when resources. I mean, that's where, and so I think.
Which is an already next step in progress.
Right.
And that's, we'll get into that was what our discussion with LEAC was, and what our next follow-up with them will be. We'll be fine-tuning that. And so that dialogue has already begun in significant ways, and now it's a matter of it becoming front and center.
Okay, so anticipate many future agenda items on this subject. Anything else?
But for the time being, Marilyn, is it your understanding that Finance Committee will now take a look at narrowing this information for a public presentation?
Right, for a summer, we'll bring a summary back whenever we get it back on the agenda.
And I would really appreciate Finance Committee starting to kind of dial in that assessed valuation estimate to really help us have a sense of what dollars we can generate with what average average home cost. This is a great starting point.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, tremendous work. Let's take a break. We will take a 20-minute break. Start back at 7:35.
Not gonna do it.
I haven't given up hope.
Okay, welcome back to our study session. It is still February 8th, 2022.
I think that may be a better.
All board members are present. Our next agenda item is a review of feedback from our Licensed Employee Advisory Committee, otherwise known as LEAC. We had a great meeting. Was that last week or the week before? The week before.
Almost 2 weeks ago. Yep.
So we will turn the time to Mr. Young, the committee chair.
Yeah, so we were able to meet a week ago. It's almost 2 Wednesdays ago. 2 weeks ago tomorrow. Let's put it that way. Mr. Robinson and Miss Miller were there, and it was very well attended, I thought, and people came ready to talk and contribute to the discussion. I did commit to getting an email out to the LEAC members with a summary of all of the suggestions that were put out. I have not put that together, and so if LEAC members are listening right now, I am committed to having that done by the end of the week. There is just a matter of trying to squeeze that into my work demands. So hopefully I'll be able to get that out. But what we did with that group is we talked about how education is, if you think of it as a pie, the demands on education, and if you think about the teachers, they have a slice of that pie. That there are a lot of people who actually are contribute to the education of a child. You have the parents and family that have a large slice. You have teachers who have a large slice. You have each of our different education support professional groups that have a piece of that pie. You have our administrators. Everyone has a slice of that whole education pie. And as our society has changed over the years, it is startling, I think, to everybody to see how that pie has expanded ever more. And it seems like there's more and more demands on the education system on how to provide for the whole education of a child. And that slice of the pie that the teachers are being asked to contribute to is not only growing in proportion to the growing size of the pie, it seems to be the actual slice seems to be expanding even more. And so we were fortunate to have some pies there for each of the committee members to partake of. Key lime seemed to be the most popular. I'm just kidding.
2 of us anyway.
So no, and so that was kind of a nice treat to have a little something there, and then we broke out into tables, and the question we were asking is, as we as a board look at resources and allocation of resources and acquiring of additional resources, what are some of those things that we as a board could put those resources to help shrink that slice of the pie, to help teachers feel good about what it is they got in this profession to do in the first place. And so that discussion, and then we went from table to table, listening in on some of those discussions, and that went on for about 45 minutes, and then we allowed each table to provide us that feedback as to what are some of the areas that way everybody had a chance to engage in a dialogue, to express their thoughts, have those go back and forth with different tables. And so I heard some good discussion in those. Before we go to the overall, I don't know, Tracy, Darrell, did you have any insightful any insights from those table discussions that you sat in on?
When one thing that's interesting to hear is the different needs of different levels. And we had had them sit by levels. And there's a lot of, common themes across all levels, but there's also some things that seem to be specific to levels.
I think I learned that they have better ideas than I do. They were coming up with some things that I'd never even thought of, some things that, we ought to explore, and so that was really a good takeaway from me, is just how well thought, and you can tell a lot of them have really taken being part of LEAC real serious. They're talking to the people. They're not representing themselves. They're representing their school. I thought that was pretty impressive too.
And there were some great dialogues going on. Again, I will put all of their ideas onto paper, and we're going to send that out to LEAC, and I will send that out to all the board members as well. What we wanted this one to be is, let's get it all out there, see if we can't start finding some common themes throughout this discussion. Then we'll follow up during this budget process and have our next meeting, so hopefully towards the end of March, where we'll identify 2 or 3 of the items that just keep coming through and say, okay, let's dig deeper as to what really would be effective. I think one of the things that I noticed coming through is surrounding the offerings that we have surrounding our health and wellness benefits. I don't want to pinpoint any one thing, but there was some discussion on some mental health delivery, some medical type things, and so I think there's something there that as the stresses, as I love Dr. Godfrey's explanation of, I'm going to
Secondary stress.
Secondary stress, that concept. There are things that we could put into place to allow for our educators and other professionals to we could provide resources there, and so there's some areas in the benefits. I don't know why this surprised me. It shouldn't have. I know we've done quite a bit in the way of salary increases, but that was a common theme. I don't know if you two picked up on that as well, but there are expectations that that we do more in salary increases. So not, again, I don't want to say there was no ingratitude. There was no, this was done in a way that it was, but that is an expectation. I think it's good to know that expectation. There were a number of issues that dealt with autonomy, and allowing for that autonomy. That world blends with administration, and we're going to get that with LEAC. There's always going to be that blending and that mixing and of well, what's more administrative versus board policy, but we can filter through that, and we'll fine tune those skills. And so I think the autonomy issues are probably more district related. Let's see. Those are some of a lot of different discussions around different types of support. A lot of English language learning perspective of needing that type of support. And so I think I was naive to the fact and was hoping that there'd be a specific type of support. Like, yes, we need this type of person in every classroom, and that didn't come through to me. The very different types of support that the different people saw were important, and so that helps me form that there perhaps needs to be a more holistic approach at the district where we have these resources available, and then more of a school by school, okay, we really need this and this, kind of a menu of, we need to, I don't know what that looks like, but those were some of the thoughts that I pulled from there, and we'll be able to put that together. Any other feedback on the general feedback stuff? Dr. Godfrey, you were present.
Yeah, I think there were wide-ranging suggestions, but I agree that the needs are different sometimes by level. And so I would say, as we're approaching changes and supports that we can provide, how much is that at a district level? How much do we provide resources at a school level to make choices, which the board already does with TSSA money to a great extent? And I think maybe some education about the things that are happening in schools because that money is available. It would be a good part of the discussion. But as I've thought about Fridays, this has come up as well. Just the needs aren't always the same at all three levels. And when we send out an email about a Health and Wellness Day, we're sending it to 8,000 different employees who all have different kinds of jobs at different levels. When we're looking at how to structure things, I think we really have to look at the unique needs of each level. So that's what came out as a theme for me.
And there was a really, broad range of ideas, and if we're looking as a board, we've got a finite amount of resources. What are the priorities? Where should we put them? There were some themes emerged, but it wasn't really cut and dry. There's a lot of different opinions on where those resources should go, which means we have a difficult job. Yeah. But I think we'll also be able to do some more work with LEAC and kind of narrowing down and kind of digging deeper on some things.
We spent a small amount of time just talking about things that they've been able to do, with LEAC, and I thought that was very good. They recognized I made a list, and they recognized everything that I had on my list pretty readily. Anyways, so I think that they know, like, this committee matters, and we're actually doing some things, and we stress several times we can't do everything, but we can do something, and we will. And so I'm excited to find out what the next thing that we do is. So,
let me ask the board, if we do meet towards the end of March, does that allow for their input and their discussions to be part of our budget setting process, or does that feel a little too late for that contribution? Where do you all see us being basically in about a month and a half with this discussion? Does that give us enough time, or do we need to do this? Do we need to reconvene sooner than that with that group to allow their input to?
Depends on what we're going to do, because I think some of the mental health benefits and some of that stuff's going to take a little bit of time to dig through and figure it out. I heard that over and over again, that our mental health benefit is cumbersome. You got to jump through a ton of hoops and stuff like that. So that might be too late then by the time we get to negotiations. So I don't know the answer on that.
Interesting thing on that, I got an email from a teacher after saying, I know this was said, but that hasn't been my experience.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
There were some misunderstandings about how that benefit works from the comments. And some concerns and characterizations that I've researched that are not accurate.
So then we need to go back.
That's not a criticism of those sharing it, because I think that means we need to find ways to inform about that. So, but I think the problem is communicating it, not that the program doesn't provide what it should. And I don't mean that to diminish the possibility that we also need to look at ways the program can become more accessible. But there are some misconceptions that are perpetuating that we need to address more directly, I believe. And we're looking at ways to communicate that effectively, but also in the short term, add the types of services that Matt described earlier. And I've actually talked with the health and wellness team about, as we plan for the health and wellness day, longer term, what are some of the common obstacles to adults seeking help that they need? Is it location? Is it the description? Is it a range? And it's a range of services. So we're talking about ways to improve, but there are also some misconceptions that I think it's on us to help clarify. And where there are issues, that we work hard to address those.
Well, maybe that's the next step is let's look at all the lists, see which ones are really viable and which ones maybe need better communication. If you brought that back next meeting, there's still enough time to say whether or not we need to push a meeting quickly or have it at the end of the month. I will say, I think over and over again, I heard people really happy that we have a chair now, that Matt Young will be the person that they can contact, because they loved the availability of all board members, but I think that was a wise decision to have one person over it.
Can I ask a question? How is the LEAC committee as a whole, what are you hearing about extra mile pay?
I didn't hear anything this last meeting,
Okay.
and so this was the first one I've been for a while. I was in another committee meeting where I heard some feedback. But yeah, I haven't.
I just wondered what the message was between the committee that actually had worked through extra mile and kind of has more of the insight and back history as opposed to other information that we're hearing. Okay. I think that if we are going to schedule something for the end of March, then we should at least get it on the books.
I mean, we've typically done that as a board. Now that we're kind of moving in the direction with a chair, do you want me to set it and then just come back and inform you all, or do we want to, where do you want to go with that? Do you want me to create the rotation? Do you all want to speak up right now? Who'd like to come to the next one?
Just be mindful, parent-teacher conferences are the last 2 weeks of March. Well, I guess technically, like, part of a week that you could do after. But I think those are long weeks for
Yeah.
teachers.
Good point. Okay.
I, for one, appreciate having a chair, and I think that falls under the duty of a chair.
I'll follow up this week. I'll work with Dr. Godfrey. We'll set some times. And I'd be remiss, and I keep forgetting this, and I apologize. Roxanne is just a tremendous help when it comes to this committee. She's kind of a de facto member of, she's the de facto staff liaison to
that's
the
right.
committee.
That's right.
And she just does a tremendous job and is so helpful and so kind, and so I just appreciate that.
And Robin Bullock does a great job of helping facilitate the meeting here in the building, and she has many meetings that are held here, and that's an added duty for her as well. So I appreciate the support of both Roxanne and Robin in making that possible.
Okay, so we'll follow up and let you all know next time when that meeting is, and if you have a desire to be present at the next one, reach out to me. If not, I'll just put together some sort of rotation schedule. So, okay.
Great, sounds good, thank you. Okay, next is Board of Education meeting schedule. And we actually have a couple issues to talk about on this. So this is, every year we put together our schedule for the following year so that we can get that posted to our website. Let's start by looking at the calendar for next year. And Roxanne, again, was very helpful in flagging the red flags, the yellow flags, she highlighted in yellow, issues that we could have, one being a board meeting over fall break, and one being a board meeting over spring break. Both in months that don't have 5 Tuesdays. But I have a recommendation that we move the October board meeting, the one that falls over fall break, to November 1st. Then we could move because there are 5 Tuesdays in November, then we could move our study session to November 15th and our board meeting to November 29th.
Paul, we are legally required to have a board meeting during the month. Does it have to be a public meeting, or can it be a study session?
Unless it's a requirement that you have public input, which currently is only for like budgetary things, you don't have to have a specific format.
That's a good question. Thanks for asking that. Is everyone okay with that, or does anyone else have a creative solution they'd like to throw out there?
I'm okay with that.
That's better than having board meetings back on consecutive Tuesdays, I think.
So the October 25th board meeting would be moved to November 1st. The November 8th study session would be moved to November 15th. That also takes it off of election day. And then the November board meeting would be November 29th, which would take it off of the week of Thanksgiving. Is everyone okay with that?
What do we want to do about the August date?
Just a second, I got kicked out. I'm jumping back on. Tell me what the conflict was on the August.
It just says school starts August 17th and 18th. So we would have a study session on the 9th. Yeah, I don't. So she's putting, or Roxanne put that the regular board meeting be on the 23rd or the 30th. I would probably just propose that we keep it on the 23rd.
So the 23rd is our 4th Tuesday.
Would that extra week help them?
August 23rd or August 30th.
It doesn't make any difference to me. I don't think.
I think it's best to stay consistent with the 4th Tuesday, if at all possible.
It's there's not like a good time where we say, well, this week will be nice and calm.
You never want to say that out loud.
You look at the school year and you just,
We need to declare that, then that's the crazy week.
Okay, so everyone okay keeping it August 23rd? Okay, a study session on Valentine's Day.
Yes.
Everyone good with that, or do you want to move it? Those of you that
I
aren't
wanna
running
move
again
it.
don't get to vote.
I would rather move it. The only one who gets to vote. This is getting scary.
I get to vote, and I want to move it.
When would you like to move
No,
the February 14th study session to?
Why would I
the
want to
7th.
move it?
January has a 5th Tuesday.
Oh, so that would work.
So if we move it to the 7th, it's still a 2-week break.
One thing you want to consider too is the swearing in January.
We normally do that just at our first study session.
We've done both. We've had a separate meeting, and then last time we did it at the study session.
Right.
Do you want
I
it at the
was
study,
sick.
do you want it at the study session on January 10th? Or does anyone want a special meeting for that? Okay, we'll do that the 10th. All in favor of moving the February 14th study session to the 7th, say aye.
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 Nay.
You want to meet on Valentine's Day?
I don't care. I really don't care. I'm just teasing.
I don't care either.
If we, January 10th, we do have to have a separate swearing in one because of the USBA conference. You'd want them to be sworn in before the conference.
Oh, that's right.
Why is that important?
That's what I was just trying to figure out, because
You're elected.
I guess we vote on, do we vote at the conference? We vote at the conference. We voted on vice president and,
Going there as a representative of the public, but if you haven't been sworn into office, I just think that.
I think they have a training just for the new ones as well.
They do, and that's earlier usually, but. But we could just do the swearing in separate from our meetings.
I got sworn in on the 12th and it was fine. So this is a couple days earlier.
So you went to the USBA without being.
I mean, it was online, but no,
We didn't
I
vote
was
for anything that year either.
voted.
yeah, we,
It was like Slido, as I recall.
yeah, we vote for a new, vice president every year.
Some years we don't vote for the.
I think I
Well, but
was
that's as a
sworn
member
in.
of USBA. That's not as a member, that's not as a duly elected member of the board. And so I think if it matters, you ought to find out from USBA
Yeah.
if they have to be sworn in members of the board to be a member of the USBA. I don't know if that's the case
I'll
or
follow up
not.
on that and we'll come back to that issue. Okay, so February 7th, study session. All right, and then the spring break conflict. I don't see any really good answers to that one unless we do some back-to-back meetings.
Plus, we don't know when national will be,
We do.
do we?
It's
Probably April. that
April
year.
1st through the 3rd. So I would just throw out there, let's move the March 28th meeting to the March 21st. So in March, we'd have a meeting on the 14th and a meeting on the 21st. If it turns out we don't have enough business to do two back-to-back meetings, we'll cancel it.
You say that again?
Get that on record.
Say those dates again.
So the March 28th board meeting, which is on spring break, move it up to March 21st.
Have they told us the time caucus is that year, or is that too far out?
That's too far out. We just barely found out caucus for this year.
This year?
Which I will
Okay.
get to that issue in a minute.
So
So March, we'll have 14th study session and 21st board meeting. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Or do you have another solution to that? You don't get to vote. Okay, all in favor of March 21st? Say aye.
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 Okay. Okay. And now let's go to this year. We just found out, I mean, hot off the press an hour ago, when caucus meetings are. They are in March. The Republicans are holding their caucus meeting on March 8th, which is the night of our study session. And the Democrats are holding their caucus meeting on March 22nd, which is the night of our board meeting.
All of us will be at the March 22nd caucuses. I'm just kidding.
But there's 5 Tuesdays, we could do the 15th and the 29th and still have a space between March 29th and April 12th.
Problem with March 29th is that is the Jordan Education Foundation Outstanding Educator Award Banquet. I believe. Just, can someone
Do the
confirm
1st
that I
and
have the right
15th.
date?
That'd only be 1 week between the, wouldn't it? No, the 1st of March.
The 15th.
Yeah, because you'd
But then
have
that'd be a
February
back-to-back.
22nd and then March 1st.
It's,
Oh, I'm
it's,
sorry.
yeah, it's on the 29th is the outstanding educator.
Do we shift those to Wednesday?
I'm open to doing that.
So March 9th and March,
23rd.
I'm not available on
oh,
Wednesdays.
that's right.
Oh,
Sorry,
no,
Bryce, I
that's
forgot about that.
Also conference, just for people listening. I know I could schedule around it.
Well, and some board members are going to the city council meeting for West Jordan.
Oh,
I wasn't able to do that either, but.
yeah, that's true.
'cause
I
already
didn't
had
scroll
something
down low
scheduled
enough.
that night.
Could do a Wednesday as long as we're done by 8 o'clock.
That'd give us something to shoot for.
I say do it Wednesday then.
Huh?
We can't do it Wednesdays.
The 6 o'clock class is done by then. It's only a workshop.
The 23rd is. We're doing city council with the ones that the district is set up.
Was that West Jordan Cities?
Yeah, 7 o'clock. Yep.
Hmm.
We've gotten there eventually. It's good question.
How long do caucuses go? They can go long, right?
Depends on your precinct. Some of them,
So they typically start at what time?
some
7?
of them, nobody shows up. They vote for the 2 people that are there and they go home. Others, a lot of people show up and,
They debate the
Mine
Constitution
goes all
and
night.
yeah.
They won't let. So,
so it's not like we could break, go, and come back. That wouldn't work.
I mean, we could hold, yeah, you're right, it wouldn't. We could hold study session from like 4 to 6.
Well, we historically are able to get everything done in the 2-hour period.
Right. That's our track record. I'm at a loss on this. Monday nights?
We're talking Monday the
7th?
7th.
Can we go earlier? 2 to 6?
that's so hard.
I know that's hard, but.
Getting kids home from school, but we can make it work.
That would not, I can't.
Work schedules.
Is it blasphemous to ask, how bad would it be if the board wasn't at the recognition dinner? That would still go on. Teachers would get recognized.
She's on the board, though. Daisy's on the board.
But how bad would it be if she wasn't there?
Bad.
I mean, the teachers would still get recognized. There'd still be a nice dinner.
That's one thing that's always meant a lot to me, though.
Yeah, it's typically something that most board members are there and we're recognized as being there.
Saturday, anybody?
Yes.
I can do it.
The Saturdays are easier, actually. My time is more flexible.
Could always do February 29th.
Of what year?
Depends on the Thursday.
Bad for anybody?
I can't on Thursdays.
You cannot?
Mm-mm.
But Monday.
Could do a Monday.
What if we stick with Tuesday, move the 8th to the 15th, so that stays on a Tuesday?
The 15th is our Riverton City visit.
Oh, you're right.
Do we go with Monday the 7th or not? What was the problem there?
So what about the 7th and the 21st?
That works.
Carol?
Versus President's Day, just so you know.
Oh, not in March.
I'm looking at February.
Oh, good. I was gonna say,
Nice try,
that's not good.
I live in a different calendar.
His president.
Yeah, I'm good either way. Yeah, I'm good.
Or Dr. Godfrey. Mr. Larson.
I would likely have a conflict on the 7th, but
But because you're required by law to be here, I'm sure you'll make it work.
that's exactly what was going through my mind.
That's the
Yep.
problem with John. You schedule it, he
Yeah.
will be here. That's the problem.
Even missing his own kid's wedding.
John's not required by law to be here, just so he's clear. He can be sick or in the hospital, and you can still conduct meetings. Or any other reason that the board excuses him. That's,
Find
I know
a
there's a
doctor and
statute,
see if
but
they'll write you a note.
it's part of his duties,
This
but
created an existential crisis, Paul Van Coleman. Take it easy.
Any other ideas?
We could do it
I guess the other question is how important is it?
the
That we be at
14th
caucus
and the
nights.
28th. And it's a Monday and on an off week. No, but then that still gives you back-to-back weeks.
The 15th was fine. No, the 15th was, we have a city council visit.
Can that be moved?
Those meetings are short. I mean, if we have a Riverton meeting, we could break for an hour and go to it and come back.
Well, 7 of us.
That short?
Yeah, we could all show up.
There
know?
you go.
That's actually
An
not a
hour?
bad idea.
We're in
Yeah,
Riverton.
not
We could.
We could walk there.
No, we don't. We don't stay for the
I
whole
guess
meeting.
that's a good point.
We just
I
go
was
in
like,
for.
wow, that's
I like
impressive.
that.
Oh,
Just,
we could just go in for our agenda item. You know,
Yeah.
if that's the obstacle, then and Riverton's close by on the 15th, so we could just break. Those who want to go over. Taco Bell will still be open if that's.
was there something on the 29th?
The foundation.
Oh,
What if we do the 15th and the 28th?
You know, we can also reschedule if we need to with the
Bryce, do you have
cities.
spring break?
So
Yes.
When's your spring break?
7 through the 11th.
you can do it without me.
Or the 21st?
No, I do, because at that time Matt did his from the beach, and get him back. Make sure I hold the
Crashing
volume to the
waves.
laughing waves. We should hold all our board meetings on a beach at sunset.
Okay, so what days are we doing?
Okay, either the 7th and the 21st, or the 15th and the 21st, or the 15th and the 28th. Seems like we have the less conflicts if we go with 15th and 21st. Knowing on the 15th, we'll be taking an hour lunch break. You'll be gone the 28th, right? I will, yes. Okay.
What happened to the 7th?
Mr. Larson couldn't do the 7th.
Oh, that's right.
Can you do the 15th? And the 21st?
21st or 28th?
21st.
Are you okay those days?
The 15th and the 21st work for me.
Why are we going the 21st instead of the 28th? It's just so close, but
Because Nikki was gone on the 28th.
didn't you want to do
Without
it from the
me,
beach?
it's- I did. I wanted to.
Well, there's good conversations about special ed that you may not want to miss.
I don't want to miss, but if it's more convenient.
Just excuse Mr. Larson on the 7th.
The only thing I worry about excusing him is I think he'll be more nervous about being gone than being here.
I like the
He's
15th.
gonna show up if we do it then.
Hour break? Ooh.
He will
Uncle Bill,
rearrange
here
his
we come.
schedule.
Okay, so it
15th and 21st.
15th and 21st.
Yes.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, can we get that noted on the website as soon as possible?
Yes.
Since it's just next month.
Yep, we'll get it on tomorrow.
Okay. Do we have any sort of requirement to vote on meeting changes in a public meeting or a business meeting?
Yeah, you should formalize it, and you'll need to make an amended notice.
So formalize it in our next business meeting?
I don't know that you need to have public comment on it, but you need to, so I don't know that you have to wait until next meeting, but you should make it a formal change and such that the district can post the amended meeting schedule.
Okay.
So if you took a formal motion second
Okay.
tonight or next meeting.
Yeah. Will someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we change our meetings in March to March 15th, 2020 and March 2022.
I'll go 2020.
And March 21st, 2022.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to
Yep.
change our March study session from the 8th to the 15th and our board meeting from the 22nd to the 21st.
And let me speak to the motion just real quick.
Please.
Same time, same place, because that wasn't part of the motion.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Same time, same place. We'll consider that a friendly amendment to the motion. Any other discussion to the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. We'll move forward with an amended calendar for March. And then what about our calendar for next year? Is this something we vote on?
We haven't presented it to the public, so
Okay,
we'll just present it.
that'll be on the next agenda. Okay. Our next item is an update on pandemic response. Dr. Godfrey.
All right. So we have a few things that have happened recently. Last week, the governor signed into law the suspension of the test to stay protocol. So test to stay is no longer in place. The dashboard has changed so that numbers come off after 7 days instead of 14 because of the change with Omicron. So we actually have case counts tapering off. So you can ask yourself why that is. Is that because the variant is tapering off, or because testing is tapering off? The answer is yes. Whatever's happening, the numbers suggest that the numbers are down, whatever they represent. We're working with Community Nursing Services on a booster clinic, as discussed last time. That would be for employees and their families. That's proposed on the 23rd of February at Oker Hills, but that's not been confirmed. So we're working on that. So anyone listening, we're working on that.
Sorry. Oker.
We're looking at that as a possible look. They have a nice big parking lot there that folks can park up in. So, and then there's discussion about notification letters. Parents are getting those to the point that they become white noise. So we're looking at discontinuing those letters at a certain point. The contact tracing was stopped by the health department, I announced a few weeks back, because they weren't seeing that was productive. They didn't see that as a helpful exercise, which is, I think, a reflection of how things have changed since Delta and other earlier variants. So, we used to have the measuring sticks out, but now we're not at that stage anymore. So that's where that stands. Those are the updates. I still have a weekly meeting with the health department. Those are much shorter meetings now because there aren't a lot of changes recently. It's been more legislation than at the county level. So,
What? Are you making the call on those letters, or is that the collective county health and superintendent meeting group?
we can make that call as a district.
So, what more information do you need to trigger that? I mean, because I think you're right. I think they're white noise now.
They're white noise, and we're going to talk about it again in cabinet tomorrow. We talked about it last time. I know Granite has officially discontinued those. So we'll talk about it in cabinet tomorrow, but I think that's the direction we'll end up going. If the board wants to direct that in this meeting, you can do that right now.
Anyone have a preference on that? Or do we okay letting administration decide?
I'm fine either way. I think it sounds like we're pretty close to aligned on this. Just, I don't know that it's useful going forward.
Do you really want to have that discussion tomorrow? It could be one less discussion you have.
It'll give us a sense of accomplishment since we're pretty close to a decision already. We can get something off the agenda pretty fast. We go deep we do a deep dive on a lot of things in cabinet. It'd be nice to. I don't mean to be flip about it. I know the letters have been important. I know that over time that's given good information. But at this point, the way the variant is behaving, you just have to assume that there's going to be some contact, the possibility of contact. And without contact tracing, those letters are difficult to. I'm just overhearing how many
I heard
letters Bryce has received.
I had 5
He
in
stopped
5
counting
days
after
on
20.
one child. 5 in 5 days for one child.
Well, when
But
they're
if we asked him, he could quote it verbatim.
I bet you I
but
could.
when they're going through 7 classes or 8 classes over the course of a couple of days, it does become white noise, and it becomes more of a nuisance for some parents. So
Sounds like the board supports what you decide.
okay. All right. Any other questions?
So there really is no protocol at this time that we're following, correct? Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. There are,
yeah, that's probably not a fair way to put it. I understand there's a lot of things that are still happening, but what is the guideline that's being set?
there are fewer protocols and
There are no identified thresholds.
There
no
we go.
identified thresholds.
That's what I'm looking for, sorry.
There is a process in place if cases get out of control, so I don't want to act as if this lull is something that will, absolutely last. I certainly hope that it will. But if we find ourselves with increasing case numbers, then there is a process through the 4 individuals that were previously in legislation to move to virtual or do some other things. So that's through the governor, president of the Senate, speaker of the House, and the state superintendent.
The Mount Rushmore of COVID decisions.
So there is a process, and we'll keep watching. And I don't mean anything I said to suggest that we take it lightly. We don't. We take it seriously. But it has shifted into a different phase, and we've been in phases like this before. So we're just going to keep watching what happens. And it's good to be in those weekly meetings, even when they're short. It's good to connect with other districts and with the health department and just kind of know where we are, and to know that every Tuesday morning we're going to have that barometer. So.
Can I just ask, is there any legislation that's going to change all this that's active and current?
No, there's not that I know of.
So if there was another variance, would then the Board of Health set new benchmarks, or do we just don't know yet?
That's how it would go. The legislation that did away with the test to stay protocols actually also set forth that the new thresholds would be determined in consultation with the Department of Health, the 4 that were previously mentioned, and it would be dependent on the incubation period of the new variant.
And do we define when we want to go virtual, or is that state?
We have to get state level permission to do more than 1 day a week. So you can do 1 day a week. You could do, if you were looking for a stretch of time, you could go remote for a Friday and a Monday, and you'd have 4 days in a row. But I don't anticipate needing to do that soon. I think our 3 days I think that was a very successful stretch of time and accomplished what we hoped it would.
But it's my understanding that if we wanted to go virtual for an entire week, the board would have to vote on it, and we would have to get approval from the 4.
Right.
Okay, anything else? Great, thank you. Next up, we have our legislative update. We are about 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks into the legislative session. I want to start by thanking Marilyn and Mike and Anthony for attending JLC meetings and also working with legislators on bills. John's also met with legislators. Daryl attended one of our JLC meetings, and again, the invitation's open. If others would like to attend JLC, let me know, and I'll get you the agenda and
It's a lot of
information about that.
A lot of fun.
They're interesting meetings.
Very
They
interesting.
are.
Yeah.
They're long.
Advance notice,
No.
see how this
Yeah.
Health and Wellness Day goes.
And then I especially want to thank all of our legislators. We have had a very good relationship with the legislators in our area. They are all working with us, asking for feedback on different bills. We've been able to work with them on bills. We don't always see eye to eye on bills, but we do have a good relationship and good open communication with them. And a lot of that's is a big thanks to Mike Anderson, who was our point person with our legislators. He really does a tremendous job in working with them on specific bills and specific language and providing feedback to them, and has developed great relationships with all of them. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, so a couple bills. We'll start with HB 184, Teacher Professional Development Days by Jefferson Moss. This is the bill so currently we are allowed to reallocate 4 instructional days to teacher prep days. We have to do it with 90 days advance notice. So that's something we have to build into our calendar well into advance. And this bill allows us.
I'm sorry, and that's 90 das before the school year begins. So before one school year ends, you have to announce whether you're going to use those days. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we'd have to have built that into our calendar. This bill allows us, just for this year and next year, to be able to convert an instructional day to a professional development day with a 7-day notice, if it's related to the COVID pandemic.
Everything's related to that.
So, and again, we can do it with more than 7 days notice, and as a district and a board, I think we would want to give our families as much notice as possible. But we have to give them at least 7 days notice, and that passed the House unanimously. It's in the Senate now. So it looks like there's a good chance that could become law, and just gives us a little more flexibility this year and next year if we ever hit another large spike.
So let me ask,
Okay.
are we limited to 4 still?
Yes.
We're already using one of those, right? Because of ACT testing. So we have availability of 3.
32 hours, or the equivalent of 4 days.
Okay, another bill generating a lot of interest is HB 211, school fee amendments. And this is the bill that prohibits an LEA from charging curricular or co-curricular fees, beginning with this next school year, the 2022-23 school year. There are several exceptions to that, including AP tests and driver's ed, and there's a few other exceptions to that. Appropriations, there's been an appropriation request for it, so we won't be able to charge it, but the legislature will be giving us money to cover that in the form of the WPU, and the estimated for that right now is around $53 million. So this bill hasn't been heard in committee yet. I think it's on the docket for this week.
Thursday morning at 8 o'clock.
There's been a lot of interest in it in the legislature, a lot of support for it. It's just one thing important to remember when they come out with their WPU increase. You know, the legislature could be saying, we gave a 5% WPU increase, that's awesome, but keep in mind that 2% of that would be to make up for what we lost in fees. So
Which is going to be
just watch the
very-
nuance in how things are worded.
Very frustrating to educators that
Thinking they get that and they don't.
expect to get the full WPU.
Yeah. And we have to be pretty clear in the messaging that part of that needs to go to cover school fees now.
Now, this is the general fee mostly, right, that we're going to miss out of? 'Cause
It's-
like extracurricular activities and stuff, we still have to pay.
Right, just curricular and co-curricular.
What's co-curricular?
Co-curricular is when an academic class also has an extension after school.
Lab.
After hours.
Right, but the hard part is going to be to disaggregate that. I'm not sure how that's gonna work.
Yeah, because like, why is driver's ed excluded?
So how about like an art class fee or a pottery class fee? Is that co-curricular? Curricular?
That's considered curricular. If there was this bill also allows for, if a student was taking a wood shop class and the class project was to build a birdhouse, but the student wanted to build a bed, it allows for the difference between the birdhouse and the bed to be charged as a fee.
But if it's a bird bed, then that would be covered.
As long as it fits in.
Depends on what size of bird.
Full of surprises.
Okay, next one, HB 193, full-day kindergarten, also getting quite a bit of notice. Hasn't been heard in committee yet, but I also think that could be hitting this week. This bill requires that each LEA shall provide full-day kindergarten starting in 2024. Kindergarten will still be optional, as it is now, but each LEA would have to provide full-day kindergarten. There's been some discussion on whether or not that has to be in every school. That's not the way the bill's written right now, and it's not the intent for it to be in every school. But there is a fiscal note and a funding request that's been made for $47 million ongoing in order to expand full-day kindergarten into more schools. And then there's also a $25 million one-time request for appropriations to make capital improvements, because you'd have to add more kindergarten classrooms to different buildings. It's something that we anticipate the LEAs would apply for. And just as a note, in our district, we currently have 8 elementaries that do have full-day kindergarten, so we meet the requirement that we offer it. But this could give us the opportunity to provide it into other parts of our district. Right now, all the schools are in West Jordan.
How many elementary schools do we have?
41.
41, yeah.
So we talked a little bit, it would be like every school would need 2.
If we were to offer it in every school, we would need 64 new classrooms, which would be 2 whole new school buildings.
Yeah.
Although Rocky Peak can offer all-day kindergarten with no capital improvements.
Perfect.
And the opposite end of that would be Ridgeview, that has 9 sections of kindergarten that would have to double that.
Okay, so but the intent of the bill now is that we have to offer it, which we are. And then possibly there would be money for us to expand it into more schools.
So do they think that $25 million one-time fee for schools might be a little low?
That's just for Jordan, no one else.
Yeah.
For Jordan, because it would be $50 million for Jordan.
Yeah, that's just to add a few more kindergarten bathrooms to a few buildings.
I forgot about bathrooms, oh my gosh.
Okay, SB 114, Public School Curriculum Requirements by Senator Fillmore. And this bill's also received a lot of press. Senator Fillmore has been working very closely with us on this bill and has been really great to make changes and modify it. Mr. Anderson, do you want to talk more about that?
Yeah. So in its current form, Senate Bill 114 is only, the original first draft is only out there. We've seen drafts of other things that are protected, but so they're not released to the public yet. We'll speak to only what we've seen in on the website, and it's related to the use of curriculum materials and how they're being approved at the district level. It's often been linked to House Bill 234 by Representative Tusher. They are distinct bills. They're not run in tandem. There's not coordinating language or anything with them, but they have been somewhat lumped together in that. SB 114 rather targets more at the board level, policy level, requires a board to set policies to approve curriculum. One of the things that we've asked the sponsor of the bill to do is to clarify what classroom materials means, supplemental materials, what curriculum means, and whether or not that is only for district-wide curriculum that a board has to approve or for all curriculum. And those are big questions that we haven't seen the language come out on the new substitutes yet.
What did you do about the 2 public meetings?
Right now, it would require a 30-day period for parents to review the proposed curriculum. In addition to that, 2 public hearings, not public meetings,
Hearings,
but
that's right,
the correct
hearings.
language is hearings, which has its own set of rules, as you know, about public input and comments and messaging and noticing, things like that. So,
So does, when I heard it has to be the whole district that goes with this, or is that still up to debate?
well, that's what's up for question. We've asked the sponsor to clarify that. We've asked them to, if it is district-wide curriculum, that would be curriculum that was implemented by the district for every school in the district, and not individual, materials or school materials, classroom materials that a teacher develops. It would be for district-wide curriculum.
And would this be like if the state's sending us down stuff, do we have to then also have the whole public open house?
If it were to be implemented in the district as a district-wide set of curriculum, that's the intention. Again, the intent is that, but the language says at this point classroom materials and curriculum, which is rather nebulous.
I'm hopeful that the language will improve on this one. We've seen some intent from Senator Fillmore to do that, so we'll keep a close eye on it.
Yeah, one thing that we've asked, and the sponsor seems intent on keeping the language for hearing because he likes the idea of structuring it the same way as school fees are currently structured, where he thinks there's 2 hearings that are required.
And has he been to any of our hearings?
We've told him that there have been.
Because we have hearings all the time
Right.
and nobody comes.
Right.
Sorry, my challenge with that is that where I'm confused is the school fees are not 2 public hearings, they're 2 public meetings. And the only hearing we do is a budget hearing. Truth and taxation is a hearing, but we hold public meetings. So that one word changes the whole.
Context, yeah.
Yeah.
Because a hearing, you stay till they're done.
You keep
A meeting,
going.
you can set a time limit.
Time limit.
Hearing is you have to hear from everybody.
For that reason, we would like to see that. I think there's some confusion about what's required in the school fees because they've used the terms interchangeably, and there's a distinct difference between a meeting and a hearing.
That's good feedback to give.
Yeah. Do you want me to?
Yeah, jump
talk
ahead
about-
to the Students with Disabilities funding.
We've got 2 bills that one in the Senate, one in the House. Representative Fillmore is sponsoring Senate Bill 118, Students with Disabilities Funding Amendments, and Representative Judkins from Utah County is sponsoring House Bill 113. These bills are similar in their nature. They've got slight differences, but they target the same type of thing, and that is tweaking the funding formula, and they each do a little bit different thing. We've talked with the sponsors of both of these bills. John and I met with Representative Judkins and gave some feedback on this. The proposal that was brought to USBE last week was to combine parts of both bills, and USBE actually passed the proposal or supported the proposal to take, if you will, the best of both bills to clarify and tweak the funding formulas for special ed. And they proposed that to both of the sponsors. The sponsors both seem to be open to combining, merging those bills. As of this morning, when I talked to Senator Fillmore, they had not met to do that. So that's still pending. That's, again, supported by USBE, and both of these bills do similar things, and it's highly unlikely that if both of them pass, both of them would go through because probably it's not likely both of them would get funded. So. One of them, Senate Bill 18, it's worth noting that it does allow for LEAs to use capital funds, use special ed funds for capital purposes. That's probably not most traditional school districts. That's probably more geared towards charter schools to use special ed funds towards capital needs.
Capital needs related to special ed or any capital need?
My understanding is that it does not have to be towards special ed.
Poorly built buildings.
Our first question.
That's what happens when you build them cheap
What
in the
we
first
need.
place.
Let's divvy out special ed funds more.
Okay, and then finally, HB 204, trust land disposal requirements. This might be held because I keep watching it for it to show up on an agenda and it hasn't yet. But this one requires SITLA to notify legislators 15 days before advertising a proposed sale of trust lands. I have lots of strong personal feelings about this one. That's why I had to throw it on there. SITLA was created in the early 90s for the express purpose of keeping politics out of managing those trust lands. I mean, for the first 100 years of trust land history, they weren't being managed and there was politics involved and they didn't make any money. And if we'd been managing those lands right from day one of statehood, we would have way more money in education now than we do. But so SITLA was created in the 90s for the express purpose of keeping politics out. So having to pull the legislators back in, I have concerns with. But the other concern is it gives legislators 15 days advance notice of a proposed sale, and many of our legislators are developers, and that kind of seems unethical and a conflict of interest to me. So
Why not just have them get the approval from the Grand Four? That work?
you would think.
That seems to be a solution.
I'm surprised they haven't come up with that yet. Okay, I mentioned SB 78 before. That's one that allows school boards to expand from 7 to 9 board members. That did pass the Senate unanimously. It's in the House right now, so that could be an option down the road. Lot of press about HB 234, Tusher's curriculum transparency bill. That it's out there. There's still a substitute out there, but it's being held in rules. We don't expect that to go anywhere. And he released a companion bill to it today, HB 339, that also don't expect to go anywhere. And those are just topics of conversation and will likely come back next year. Oh, any questions, or are there any particular bills you've heard about that you want more information on?
About
Mike?
scholarship.
President Miller, I was just going to say one that's getting a lot of conversation and is likely to hit the press more and has been talked about in our various meetings quite a bit is House Bill 331, which is entitled the Hope Scholarship Program. It is a scholarship that allows for it's private school vouchers that provides kindergarten, elementary, or secondary education to students depending on their family's income level. It is indexed against the federal poverty line. I looked that up. For a family of 5, the federal poverty level is $32,470. This scholarship program or voucher bill would allow for a family that makes up to $200,000 or 200% of the federal poverty line to get an equivalent of 2 WPUs. In other words, 200% for a family of 5 would be $65,000 roughly, and they would get 2 WPUs worth of scholarship money.
Just twice as much as WPU that we get for the same student.
Exactly.
A WPU is currently worth $3,809, and so that family would get $7,618 per student for that.
Well, and I was looking up numbers today too. I was looking at families of 4, and there's a family of 4 that's making $145,000 a year still qualifies for a full WPU. So the legislators are touting this as helping low-income families. They're people making over 100,000. I've never thought to be low income, but
there is a cap on this.
Low income.
You cap out at 1,000% of the federal poverty level, which is for a family of 5, $325,000.
Family of 5 on that?
there's a
That's
lot
for a
of
family of 5.
there's a lot of interest and support on this. Again, the rhetoric is that it's helping our low-income families.
That's so untrue.
Can you explain where that money goes? So what can I do with, I mean, it sounds really cool because I may jump the district because I can make a lot of money here.
The scholar,
there's no oversight, right? There's no oversight. I can take that money.
There is oversight. There are rules for what it can and can't be used for. It can be approved and can be allowed for tuition, fees, textbooks, other curricular or extracurricular materials, tutoring services, fees for standardized assessment, college prep materials, educational therapy, fees for transportation to and from the school, and any other expense for a good or service incurred in the education of the student.
Do I have to go to a school? Can I be the tutor?
You have to, it's a qualified, what's referred to as a qualifying educational, what's it called? Eligible service provider, and there is criteria set forth in the bill for what
Do I
that is.
have to justify those expenses then?
There are criteria. It's a long bill, several pages long. It's all new law. There are criteria for what that looks like. There's also some auditing rules and scholarship application rules and rules for who sits on the committee that approves the scholarships and so forth. So it's quite lengthy, but there are guidelines for that.
And do they have a cap on how much money that they're gonna spend out?
There is a cap if the scholarship applications exceed the amount in the cap, it would go to a random drawing.
And they've requested 36 million ongoing. And is there 34 million one time? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, there's one time to get it started, and then it's equivalent basically to a 1% increase in the WPU, which is about at this point 35 million, maybe, John, for a 1% increase. 34, 35. Yeah. Good enough, right?
So is this the conservatives' admission that the charter school system didn't accomplish what they were hoping and now this is their new? Or is it charters did what we're hoping and now we're moving on to the next thing? What do you think?
I asked a charter school advocate this morning about their position on the bill. They're not taking a position on this bill. In the past, they've been advocates for it. And as to the motive,
I know you
school
don't.
choice. School choice.
So can I ask
Aren't
you?
very many private schools you can attend for $7,000.
No, and one of the things that we've maybe suggested and put out there as a way to maybe oversee this is maybe a 2-year review, that we can actually look and see who qualified for it, who actually took advantage of the money, and what did it hit its target. The intention is to allow for lower income families to have access to private school. And did that actually hit the mark? And that's why we suggested maybe a 2-year review to look at that and see if it did.
I think more private schools will be organized. In fact, this sounds like a great thing for me to do. Because there's not oversight, right? Like, I get the money and I can...
I think the sponsors of the bill would say that there is oversight. I'm not trying to put words in their mouth or anything, but I think there are guardrails in place for oversight. So as to prevent fraud and other things, there are things in place in the bill that specifically address the fraud factor. As for the actual implementation and the execution of it, that remains to be seen.
So does the bill address the hardship we're going to have? Because I think what you'll see is a lot of people will go for it, jump at it, and then realize this
And
isn't
come back.
working either and come back.
I've looked in the bill, reviewed it just a little while ago, just to make sure there's no clause that I can see that, for a school district for a student to withdraw from our district, go to a private school, it doesn't work out for them. Can they come back? And I don't see any provision in there for reimbursement of the school district, except that they would be part of the average daily membership. And I don't know, so from a funding standpoint, I'm not sure we would be, it wouldn't harm it, but it also puts a real wrench in the plans for staffing and other things.
And does the sponsor know that? Have you had any communication?
We've had conversations about that, yeah. And to her credit, Representative Perucci is very, very, very good at communicating and being open to comments and suggestions. She's been quite good to work with.
And I ask, you talked about a request to track the impact and who has benefited. Is the bill written in such a way right now that would allow for that?
The way I see it, there are protections in place for the data to be protected. I have to ask some clarification of the sponsor for what kind of data or what kind of information could be available to look at that. I think it would be valuable for the state to review the who's benefited from it. I think that's good information to see how we can tweak it to target those that might need it the most, and did it hit its intended target. So those are conversations I think that are worth having.
Some people have brought up concerns with line 1119 that says any part of the application for the scholarship is protected data. So that you may or may not have access to information to know if people are using it correctly.
There's also line 199 that has an acknowledgement that you can return to public school at any time. So take the money and run.
Right. Well, and I don't know what the reimbursement would be for that. That's a question that I don't see outlined in the bill very well. For our purposes, we wouldn't have much control over that, but that is a concern.
Would that be at any time, or is that set up like charter schools where they have a time to declare?
There is not a rule for private schools or home schools in that regard. We would take them back at any
Have to
point.
take them regardless of how full the school is.
That's correct.
We may not get reimbursed for it.
And we may not get reimbursed.
Probably won't.
What's the bill number on that?
House Bill 331.
Well, the application is protected, and we would have no information about who has received, not names, but we wouldn't have any indication of who the money had gone to, and they could then return immediately to public school or whatever at whatever point.
I mean, yeah, that's the concern that's been brought up.
Starts in line 1115 is where it outlines, it's described already in law as protecting the data, and 1119, as Ms. Miller pointed out, is any part of the application falls under that rule. I think they released a pretty robust and, may I say, just thorough public relations campaign along with the bill this week, websites and so forth for information. It's interesting to point out, I think it's insightful to point out that due to the passing of Amendment G, this is allowed for, it's all taken out of the education fund, but it's argued that education funding will remain whole because of the law that accompanied Amendment G sets a threshold for education funding. And so I also suggested, maybe one of thought would be to in the event of an economic downturn, to safeguard public education dollars, that if we had a downturn, that this would be suspended like a circuit breaker that says this isn't going to infect if there's not enough money in it.
Has USBA or the GLC, have they taken stands on that? Is this a bill that we want to?
USB, this bill just barely became public, so they'll be discussing it this Friday.
Yep.
I've often wondered, as a board, do we want to take a position on any bill?
Not yet.
Doesn't sound like there's huge appetite to do that. But if there's ever, I was going to say, if there's, yes.
This bill seems to have a lot of support.
Legislators.
Members of the body, and it is a priority of leadership. I will say that.
This whole board's been very actively engaged in reaching out to our legislators and providing feedback, and I appreciate that, and encourage everyone to continue doing that, as well as all of our public who's listening, and teachers. The more feedback they hear, the better. Okay, good times. Anything else?
Is it concerning that some of the more questionable bills regarding education are coming from people who represent Jordan School District.
It is concerning.
That's concerning to me.
Two people. Two.
Well, and it's concerning to me that, because we do have things like the breakfast, and there's, I try to attend their town halls, either live or virtual, I wish that some of these bills, and I know one of them reached out to me and said, well, I mentioned it and we were trying to get together. So it's kind of a complicated time to get together with the pandemic and everything else that's going on. But is there a way we can do better with our legislative committee to work with them before while they're setting these bills up? Because I sure would have loved to have. I think the frustrating thing that I have is I really like our legislators and I really trust them. And in past years, I listen to every bill and I rarely get engaged with them because they vote the same way I would. But I'm not seeing that. I don't know if it's, have I changed, have they changed, or what's changed in the equation?
I will say that we have spent hours with legislators. They're good to give us the bill before it becomes public, even a protected copy to give feedback, and have spent hours giving that feedback. Some legislators in our area take that feedback and make changes, and others don't.
One thing that was brought up during the legislative breakfast this year was they suggested that kind of meeting would be helpful to them earlier. So we've talked about maybe adding another one, perhaps. I hope that's something we'll follow through with. That was good feedback, I thought.
I think that's a good idea. I think it's great feedback. I also think that goes both ways, that if they have ideas early on, they can ask us early on too. We're here. And we reach out. It's not for lack of engagement with these legislators. They're very, very good to respond, to give us their time. I just know, for instance, recently with House Bill 234, knowing the inundation that Representative Tusher was receiving from the education community, he still gave us a good amount of time, a couple of hours worth of his time to listen to teachers and to receive feedback, to his credit. So we're not always going to agree with them, I'm afraid, but it's not for lack of engagement or having good relationships with them, because they're good to work with that way.
Well, and
Let's be frank here, especially the ones that have been there a while. We're playing strategic checkers when it comes to these things, and they're playing strategic chess when it comes to how they want to pass these bills, how they want to roll it out, who they need to get enlisted, when they need to get enlisted, and they're playing an entirely different game than we're even playing when it comes to how these bills ultimately get to the end of the row. And so they know we're here. They know what we will provide, what insight, and ultimately it comes down to how they want to utilize our feedback, our either support or I mean, we're playing different games here. And we can do everything possible, but we are a tool it's no accident that the scholarship bill didn't really, we could have been meeting 6 months ago, we could have been meeting 9 months ago. It came to the floor exactly how it was intended to. It came out exactly how it was intended. And I'm not making any accusations whatsoever. I'm just saying there's a strategy here that they are playing that we're in a different game. And so we can do more to extend, but it's going to be how they want to utilize that and how that works on their chessboard.
Can you put someone in checkmate when you've got the checker pieces?
I mean, I think what happened with Representative Tusher's bill is the closest thing, and frankly, he'll approach that one differently. He's learned some new strategies, and he'll approach it differently. So I think we keep up the effort, but to think if there's just one more thing we did or one more, we'd be part of the whole equation. No, I think we're playing this game as well as any other district out there right now. So,
And well and better than the vast majority.
oh, yeah.
Our district has a huge amount of influence up on the Hill. Okay. Thank you, and thank you everyone on the board for your involvement. Next is board and superintendent reports and comments. So any committee reports or board reports?
I can report really quickly. I'm on the Western Growth meeting on that, and related to all these bills, they meet every Saturday morning to talk about these bills. So, and to credit what we just said, they do give us time. I mean, these legislators will show up on a Saturday morning, talk about our questions that we have. I know they address a lot of the educational ones that I put up with. So, anyways,
Are they actually meeting, or are those over the phone, over online?
Zoomed.
And I believe I sent the link out to the whole board in early January.
Yeah.
Will you send it again? Yeah. I used to
Go to all of those.
I go to them. They're good. They're just like what we did. Bills change so quickly on the Hill that I need somebody to help me with those, and so I've really enjoyed going. That's all I have, and it related to the last thing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do you have anything? We've heard a lot from finance tonight. Do you have anything else?
We've heard a lot
Or
from finance
Utah
tonight.
High Schools?
Nothing necessarily from Utah High Schools. We have a meeting coming up. I'm the chair of the men's volleyball committee. And so we're going to be meeting again in a couple weeks. And then we take a vote on that in March. So if you have any input, I'd appreciate it.
How's that looking? What are they, is it too early to say?
Yeah, it's too early to say. I mean, I've polled all of the 6A regions and the same arguments as always: facility, transportation, coaching, and supervision. Those are the four. And they can't see a way around some of those things. So I'm not sure how it'll go.
Is anyone mentioning Title IX?
Title IX, they say, is not going to be an issue because we added competitive cheer.
I would take a different position. I think
Beg
it's
to differ.
early,
You what?
but I think it's too early to just make that sort of
It
statement.
is, and that's just kind of the buzz that's going around. So I don't know for sure.
We added cheer to bring us into as close to equilibrium as possible. If we add one more boys sport, we're back to where we were when we got sued.
Yeah, that's another issue that not everybody deals with except us.
I will say that when I was over at Mountain Ridge last Friday, I got to talk to the girls wrestling team. They had their regionals, and it was interesting to see how their program's grown with the support of
And it has grown.
And
That's
so-
another thing that wasn't expected to go that fast, but it's gone fast.
really good.
The other thing is, Nikki and I went to the state drill competition at UVU on Saturday, and 3 of our schools were well represented. Harriman High School, Copper Hills High, and then Bingham. And Bingham did a three-peat, and they swept all the categories, and it was just a really, really great competition for us. So
As long as we're on the high school sports.
let's go.
I've had a chance, I've got a bit of a rooting interest in one of our high school basketball teams, and so I've had a chance to go to a number of our men's, is it men's or boys? What do they call it?
Boys.
Boys basketball. And it has been a whole lot of fun to just watch the the schools engage with each other, be in that environment. Mountain Ridge, I was at Mountain Ridge Friday night, and that was quite an impressive scene. That was a fun environment to be a part of. I guess that tells you which one of two schools I might be following these days. But it's kind of fun. I mean, one school, all the other schools in the region have picked a specific theme and come dressed up as that same theme against that school every time. It's kind of a funny kind of thing. So it's been fun just to witness that inter-district competition and see how it stays collegial at best. It's been fun. So, way to go, student bodies. And way to go, principals. It's kind of interesting how you observe different things in this position, and we have some amazing principals.
And the spirit stick is alive and well.
Do you have anything from facilities? Okay. Just a couple things from government relations. Our lunch with our legislators is next Tuesday, February 15th at 11:45, up at the Capitol. Can I get a count of who's going, or at least who thinks they might be going?
Jan?
Okay. Okay, 4.5.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
What time again was the?
11:45.
So 11:45 in the Beehive Room. So is that something we need to notice?
We are not allowed to meet as a board outside of the boundary, but we can notice potential quorum. We haven't done that a lot of times when we've been at a conference or something like that, but it might be a time to do it.
Okay.
Did I get that right, Paul?
Yeah, the notice, it's just more of a courtesy. I don't know that you're meeting. Obviously, you're not going to go and record it.
Legally, we can't conduct business outside of our district, so.
Right.
Correct. The important thing is you're not there to take action.
Right. I mean, if any of you want to carpool, we're meeting at the ASB at 10:45. Okay, and then the next item is USBA Day on the Hill, and that is the following Tuesday, February 22nd, and that goes from 9 to 1:30. Breakfast at 9, and then there's a lunch at noon. Is there anyone from our board planning to be to that? I mean, if there is, we'll set up a time to meet with legislators.
I'm not sure yet, but I think so. Are you going up?
I'm not going to be there.
How much advance notice do you need?
None. I mean, I guess a day before.
Right now, I'm proctoring an ACT test, but
Okay. Just,
if we don't have students who need accommodations, I might do that. But
so Monday's President's Day, and then this is on Tuesday, but,
Then we have that Thursday as well.
With SBO.
SBOs and the
oh,
legislators.
that's right, right.
So I may not go
Okay.
to that.
Okay.
Yes.
If you end up going on the 22nd, just, shoot me a text and let me know. And we'll try to make arrangements or at least let our legislators know that you're there. And you can go, I mean, there's breakfast and there's lunch. If you only go for part of the day, we could ask legislators to come down and visit at breakfast time or at lunchtime, depending on what time of day you're going to be there. So just let me know and I'll coordinate it. Okay, anything else from board members? Superintendent, you have any reports?
We're excited about our Health and Wellness Day. We sent out the email that you saw to parents. We've partnered with the Cook Center for Human Connection, and it's the material that we have for parents. Thursday night there will be the orientation webinar that just helps parents see the resources available and helps them access that. That'll be recorded, and then we'll post that, and parents will continue to be able to access on parentguidance.org a number of classes that they can participate in on demand. And then we have Nearpod activities for students of all ages to engage in to focus on their health and wellness, along with some health and wellness activities suggested for families to consider. I like that all of those activities go straight to parents so that they can make decisions about what is best for their family and get some activities that suit them best. None of those activities have to be turned in. That's just something, a resource that we make available so that parents can decide how they want to use that time and use some resources if they choose to, with just for themselves or with their kids. Employees have lots of options. We've had great support from local companies and gyms and fitness centers that are making things available for our employees. And we have a couple of certified yoga instructors in the district who are teachers who are offering that as well. You're welcome to sign up, of course. So, and make sure you've got your name badge to go to SWIG. We'll be sending out reminders tomorrow about that with just some
Starting
more
next week?
information about that. Starting Friday, the 11th through the 17th. You can stop by and show your badge and get a free menu item. Any of the 4 locations within the district boundaries. So, but we'll send more of those details out tomorrow, and you'll get those as well. And I just really appreciate everyone who's worked to make that possible. Lots of people leapt into action, and if I start trying to name them, I will leave someone out. But it's a large team of people who made that possible and jumped in, and I think it's going to be a great day.
What's the initial hubbub?
Very, very positive. Very positive. And KSL interviewed me this morning, and a teacher. And the South Valley Journals did as well. And so we'll have some coverage on Friday.
Have you heard any feedback from neighboring districts?
No, not directly. One, yeah, very positive from another. You did?
One district called to ask me, how'd you pull that off?
I've heard nothing but positive from people.
I think it's going to be a great day, and I like that there's choice, and we've reemphasized that with principals as well and with supervisors. Let's be flexible. Let's allow for choices so that people can make the day what they need it to be. The meal, we asked that the meal be provided Monday through Thursday of this week, so that on Friday, no one felt like they had to come to work to make sure the meal went smoothly, so that administrative assistants and others can take that time. So there's been a meal during the week. There's bingo that Health and Wellness team set up. So you get a prize if you submit a bingo card where you've done 5 health and wellness activities in a row. Taking a walk, writing a supervisor with the compliments about an employee, spending time with a friend without phones for 30 minutes. There are lots of different activities
I'm out.
just to focus on your own, just to focus on your own health and wellness. And that's just one of the great things that's put together. Some in-person and virtual classes on classroom management, stress management, lots of different topics, food trucks, just all kinds of exciting things available. And if it's as successful as I think it will be, then we would look at continuing that and including that in calendar proposals for the future.
So I have to say, it was a couple days after you announced the Health and Wellness Day, and I went to SWIG just to pick up a sweet treat for a friend of mine. And I asked her, I said, have you seen any educators come through? And she was like, yes, and I love it. She had so many. It was the manager there, and her mom is actually an employee of the Jordan District.
Oh, yeah.
So she was so excited, but it was just fun to see her reaction. She's like, I am having so much fun serving the educators of Jordan School District.
Yeah. So, great efforts and great response. And I hope that I think it will, and I hope it does accomplish what it's intended to do and improve health and wellness for everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and I do have one thing to show you. Just in response to our earlier discussion, that there is a word cloud.
And Miss
On
George
school
is not
names.
here to appreciate it.
She's not.
Are these Jordan School District
I
schools?
thought Copper would be a lot bigger than that.
Jordan Mountain Elementary, there we go.
So you can kind of come up with the name.
Send that to us.
You'll notice it's in the shape of a school as well.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Thanks.
That's cool, thanks.
I can send this to you.
Okay,
Yeah, way too big.
What's too big?
Canyon.
Yeah, I think Ridge and Hills would have been more pronounced because if you split up Black Ridge is one word, and so is Foothills. So if you split them up, Ridge and Hills would have been probably larger as well. I would have thought Copper is bigger too.
Yeah. Oh. Yes, for sure.
West, I would expect West to be bigger.
They already did it. I missed it.
Already.
Okay, so those are off limits.
okay, so we are at the end of our agenda now. I do need a motion to go into closed session for negotiations.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session for negotiations.
Oh, let's do
And
that.
character
Sorry.
and competency.
Motion to go into closed session for character and competence and negotiations.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. All right, we will adjourn our public meeting. Appreciate everyone who was in attendance tonight and go into closed.